Is it on?
On.
Speak.
Yes.
White
And that means the microphones are
That's
on.
on.
Yes. Sorry, the container involved. Red is on.
Right. Morning, everybody, members of the public, members of the committee. This is our final D&M meeting of the season, isn't it? So, anyway, I'll go through the safety things first. In case the fire alarm goes off, and I'm not expecting to do so, you go out through the doors, out through the main doors, and out across the car park, and make yourself far away if there's any fires you possibly can. The toilets are out through that door on the left, and there's water out there on the right. There might not be cups, but if you've got a bottle with you or whatever, you can top it up. This is a public meeting, and members of the public are very welcome to listen to the debate today. But unless you're registered to speak, you're not able to take part or speak at this meeting. We are live casting. Right, thank you. So can I please remind members to use their microphones and remember to turn them off when not speaking, and also put your mobile phones on silent, please. We are live webcasting today, so can I please remind members to you, yeah, I've done that bit, sorry. What I was going to say, I was very surprised, I was out the other day, how many people actually do listen to us online. So just bear that in mind when we're doing our business today. In terms of how the items are going to be presented, the order for each application is as follows. The case officer will present their report, the objector will speak, the supporter will speak, parish council representative will speak if they're here, the ward member will speak, and members will be able to question each of those people at the time. Some speakers will be allowed, I think they're all 3 minutes today? All 3 minutes today, right. At the conclusion of the debate, the application, the members will vote and come to a decision. I would now like to ask the officers on the top table to introduce themselves. Would you like to start with Amelia, please?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Amelia Bolter. I'm a Senior Democratic Services Officer and Clerk to this committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rosemary Rowe. I'm ward member for Dartmouth and East Dart, member of this committee and also vice chair. Thank you.
Yes, I'm Councillor Richard Foss, ward member for Allington and Street and chair of this committee.
Good morning, everyone. I'm David Fairbairn, Head of Legal Services and Monitoring Officer and the Legal Advisor to the committee this morning.
Good morning, I'm Pat Weimer, Head of Development Management for South Hams.
I'm Bryony Hanlon, I'm the Planning Officer for the first application.
Thank you, everybody. Now on to the agenda. Apologies.
Thank you, Chair. We've received apologies from Councillor Kemp, and Councillor Baldry is substituting today. We've also received apologies from Councillor Pringle, and Councillor Spencer will be substituting, but he won't be with us until 2 o'clock this afternoon.
All right, thank you very much. On to the minutes. Do the committee agree to the minutes of the meeting for the 15th of March 2023? All okay? Right, thank you very much. There's no urgent business as far as I'm aware, and no reason to divide the agenda. Right, members, have you any declarations of interest? And we'll just do the ones up to lunchtime for a minute. Yes.
Yeah, just the AOMB. I represent the council on the AOMB committee.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Any others? No. Right, okay. The list of speakers has been circulated to members. You all should have got that. Now I hand over to the planning officer for the first item, which is 291422 Full Rendock Herbert Road, Salcombe. Bryony, would you like to present the application, please?
Okay, so this is a full application and it's for the demolition of an existing house with a flat and the construction of 2 4-bedroom dwellings in its place. So this is the site location plan with the site in the centre of the image, hashed in red. And this obviously is the aerial image, and you can see the house is up here in the top right of the image with the swimming pool just beyond it. So this is the existing southwest elevation. That's the main elevation facing the street scene. And this is in the rear garden that you saw at the committee site visit on Monday. The existing rear garden, again, you can see the swimming pool with the slide. And these are the 3D renderings of the 2 new dwellings that are proposed. They're designed slightly differently, but as very much a complementary pair. This shows you the site plan, so you've got the house towards the street scene and then much of the rear garden is still retained. These are the elevations that you would see from the street scene. I know members had queries about ridge heights relative to the existing building at the site visit, so you can see the red line outlines the ridge height of the existing building, and then you can see the proposed buildings next to it for context. these show the sections, just if members needed that for clarity. Unit 1 and Unit 2, they're quite similar, but there are obviously very small differences between them. So both of the sets of plans have been provided just for clarity. So you can see the elevations here. And then again, very similar for Unit 2. Now, at the site visit, members had a query about the internal windows serving bedroom 4 on the lower ground floor, and you were unclear as to the size of that window. The architect has come back with a full image for you, just to show that it's a full height glazed panel. So the existing building is a dwelling, and it's got a 1-bedroomed basement flat. And the demolition of that and its replacement with 2 detached dwellings is considered acceptable with regards to the provisions of Dev 8, so that's in terms of bedroom sizes. Because there are 2 dwellings on the site and 2 more dwellings are being proposed in their place, the Salcombe Neighbourhood Plan Principal Residence Clause doesn't trigger. And we are always aware that a contemporary design is not to everyone's taste, but we are satisfied that the street scene is sufficiently varied that the new dwellings won't look out of place. And they've got low carbon measures, and we're happy with all of the other technical elements, and so it's recommended for conditional approval.
Thank you. Members, have you any questions? Yeah, Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, Brian, could you clarify that the light is being borrowed from the door through the bottom, please?
Yes, so it's being borrowed through the front door, which you can see. Not sure if I can zoom in, but we'll try. So you can see here, so this is the front door, and then this window that you were discussing will be just here. So the light would come in through that direction to that bedroom.
Yeah, Councillor Hodgson.
Yeah, just to pick up on the objection of the town council, one of the questions was about the distance to the boundary. Has that actually been modified in the revised drawings? I couldn't quite work that one out. And if so, whether or not, what is the distance from the boundary on either side? Because I realised that one of them is about an overhanging eave that's been drawn in, so that's obviously pretty close.
So the eaves have been pulled in away from the neighbouring boundary, so they don't overhang. But you can see on the plans here, one dwelling is right up to the boundary, and the other, it does go right up to the boundary at lower ground floor level. But obviously, in terms of massing, at ground and first floor, there is some relief from the boundary. But essentially, in terms of built form, they both butt up right to the boundaries.
Sorry. So is that generally sort of seen as acceptable in planning terms, to be so close to the boundary in terms of neighbourliness?
So each case is considered on its own merits. In this case, because there is some relief from the massing from the ground and the first floor, I did consider it was acceptable.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yeah, Councillor Long.
Bryony, I wonder if, do you have any plans that show the side elevations comparing to the existing elevations of the existing property?
So these are the side elevations of Unit 1. Now you can see, in terms of comparison with the existing, the red line denotes the existing building, so that can give you some context.
Thank you.
Anyone else? No? Okay. Right, thank you for that. So we'll now move on to the objector, which which we have none. Correct. So then we move on to a statement from them. From the supporter, which the clerk will read out. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I'm writing on behalf of myself and my brother, who are the joint applicants of this planning application. Unfortunately, neither of us are able to make the meeting due to work commitments, but would like to make a few points to the committee. The title deeds show that the site shown as Rendock was originally sold by the South Devon Land Company in July of 1897 as two plots, numbers 261 and 262, for two detached houses to be built. Therefore, there could have been two houses on the site for the last 125 years. We are not a developer and would be building the houses for ourselves, who have lived in Salcombe all of our lives, also freeing up an ex-local authority house on Grenville Road for another local family to either buy or rent. Concern has been raised about the loss of the front garden, which is currently 75% concrete. Therefore, we feel the proposed is a great improvement. Concern has also been raised about the impact on our immediate neighbour, who actually wrote in support of the scheme, have no concerns themselves, and have been very supportive. Regards, Edward and Derek Basham. Thank you.
Thank you, because we can have no questions on that. So we'll quickly move on now to Salcombe Town Council. Councillor Nicky Turton. Welcome. Settle yourself down and switch it on, and
Yep.
away you go.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman, members and officers. Salcombe Town Council objects to this planning application on several points. Apart from the addition of solar panels, air source heat pumps and other minor amendments to the plans, no major revisions have been made, and we continue to believe this to be overdevelopment of the site. The ridge heights are too high, and the height of the upper property, Unit 2, having increased from the original measurement of 57.51 through Revision A up to 5756, and now to Revision B, also standing at 57.56. This height is very close to that of the upper neighbour, St Valerie, leading to a reduction in the historic natural fall of roof heights as the buildings cascade down the hill of Herbert Road. Due to the fall of the road, there will also be a negative impact on the light to the downhill neighbour, Corner Acre, due to the height of Unit 1. The three-storey design, together with the loss of the front garden, will have an adverse impact on the street scene, and the overall design does not tie in with the neighbouring properties, which is contrary to Salcombe Neighbourhood Development Plan Policy B1, paragraph 3b. The overall height levels within all rooms in these two properties would appear to be quite low, with only high letterbox windows to the kitchen areas. The plans do not show an external window to the lower ground floor bedroom of both units, only borrowed light from the principal entrance hall. Whether this is a planning issue or is down to building regulations and or fire regulations, we raise it as a concern. We note in her report that the planning officer has addressed our previous objections in respect of the neighbourhood plan principal residence policy, and also our concern regarding possible future subdivision of these properties if they're granted planning permission today. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do you any questions? Councillor Long.
Thank you for that. When you say overdevelopment, given that it was indicated that there was, Old South Devon Land Company would be for two properties there, why do you believe, why does the Town Council believe that it's overdevelopment?
It's the three-storey effect, the height. And they do go, there is little gap between each property and the lower boundary level. It just comes across as too big in the space.
Thank you. Any more for any more? No? Right. Thank you very much. Okay. Which ward member are we having first today? Right. Councillor Long.
Thank you, Chairman. We have heard about this, and obviously, I think the principle of development on the site is obviously accepted. You have a property there. Possibly even the principle of development of two properties is accepted there. But I brought this to committee for the committee to actually look at the size of those properties, the scale, the bulk and the massing and how they sit on the site. And I think also to look at the design, the appropriateness of that, the mix of materials given, and I think importantly there, the street scene impact. As to question about the, building to the boundaries, it gives the appearance of not, but you have garages which are built up and there's a very narrow gap. So I think what I'm looking for is for the members, and I thank everybody for those who attended the site visit, because I think it was useful for people to see whether this proposal is acceptable and the appropriate development for that site. And I'll leave it there for people to consider, and I'll wait for the debate and see what other members think of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Long. Councillor Pearce, do you wish to come and speak? I think you know the...
Yes, sorry, I haven't brought my nameplate with me, but I am not a public speaker. I'm Councillor Pearce. Right. Yeah, well, most of it's already been said. I would like to thank members for coming on the site inspection. I didn't initially call one, but I think it was actually very valuable for members to see this. My concerns are largely those of the others. The massing on the street scene, whether these frontages are acceptable in the street scene on Herbert Road, though I think that's probably quite hard to challenge. But it is the stepping down of the ridges which is particularly important, because the upper house is the same height or higher than St Valerie, and the lower house is the same height as the house below it. So you're losing that stepping down that happens along Herbert Road. But my principal concern is the design of the lower ground floor. Now, recently, the regulations have been changed on office to resi PD conversions, so that it's no longer acceptable to have any rooms without direct natural light into the room. And if it's not acceptable in PD terms, I would question the arrangement on the lower ground floor for the living conditions of the people in the house. Whilst we've been shown a full-length window in the downstairs bedroom, Bryony, could we have those plans up, please? And could you enlarge it for plot 2, the upper dwelling? Yes, if you could enlarge that so that people can see what I'm talking about, it would be helpful. Thank you. So can you make it any larger? Okay, all right, that's fine, okay. So you can see the window, which is opposite the front door. It's shown as a solid black line at the bottom of the stairs on that wall there. And that's the full-length window. Now, because of where it is, I guess that it's going to have to be obscured glass, because otherwise you might be looking straight into the bedroom when you come into the front door. That's the first thing. And because it is, I've measured it, and it's a good 2 metres, nearer 3 metres away from the front door, there will already be a considerable loss of light into that room. Now, I think members need to consider whether that is an acceptable arrangement. I mean, to my mind, this is a typical Salcombe cramming it in arrangement. Bryony, is that the latest update of the plans? Because I think there are steps shown on lower ground floor in the latest plan that's come in. That's unit 2, is it? Oh, okay, because I've got steps on mine. Well, okay. And the back room, the cinema room, does not have any windows at all. Now, so what's happened in the office to resi PD arrangements is that there must be adequate natural light in any room. So in any habitable room, that is, and the definition of a habitable room is any room which is used for sleeping or living, which is not solely used for cooking purposes, and it also excludes bathrooms, toilet facilities, service rooms and corridors and laundry rooms, hallways and utility rooms. Well, a cinema room isn't any of those, and that has no window in it. So I think that's what members need to consider very carefully, along with all the other things that the Town Council and Councillor Long have mentioned. That there is also the question of the swimming pool on Unit 1. So Brian, if we could have those plans up, please. Because you saw the swimming pool on the site inspection. And if you look on the, that's it, thank you, on that plan, you can see that the bay area at the end of the swimming pool, where the steps are into the pool, actually touches the back wall of the house. I think actually there is a terrace out there on the ground floor plan. Bryony, that's the lower ground. Could we go to the ground floor plan? Because that's, yeah, that's it, thank you. That's where people will be accessing it from the ground. You can see that the terrace actually touches the edge of the pool, or very nearly does. And I'm just wondering how you get the foundations down there, because the pool has got a wall around it. Now, either you're going to dig out the pool or you aren't going to be able to dig your foundations. I just don't see how that's going to work. And to me, this looks like trying to save money and not filling in the pool. Regardless of what the applicants say, I think we've got to consider not just whether the applicants are going to be living there, we've got to consider the living conditions of anybody who's going to be living there. And I would suggest to you that that is not a good or a practical arrangement, even if it can be built out. So I would ask you to consider that carefully, please. Otherwise, I don't think I've got anything to add to what the others have already said. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Hodgson.
Can I just ask you, in terms of, I mean, I fully understand how you're speaking about the proximity to the pool. Would you also consider that health and safety matter, that in fact, to some extent, this planning committee could be culpable?
Well, there was a wall around the rest of the pool. Whether that's going to remain, we're not told, because we don't have pictures of the garden. And I believe that the relationship between the terrace and the pool is relatively safe, because I presume that the balcony or the terrace will have some sort of balustrade around it anyway. So yes, I think it is as safe as it can be, although there are steps shown down straight to the pool, and that will be inside the pool wall. So I think that's a good point to raise, yes. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Right. Oh, Councillor Abbott.
Just because you've raised it as one of your issues about the stepping down along the road, I wonder, Bryony, if you would bring up that the stepping down of the ridge heights picture. So, I mean, there is stepping down between the two of them, but you're arguing that the one on the left is on the top end.
The higher one is as high as St Valerie, and the lower one is as high as the house below. So you haven't got the natural progression. You've got, if you like, two kind of blocks in the progression between the two houses.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Pearce. I think, yeah, you finished? And I think, yeah, right. I'm going to bring in David to say a few words on one or two things that have actually been brought up.
Thank you, Chairman. In terms of liability of the planning authority for negligence, it wouldn't arise in this particular case. The necessary tests for establishing a duty of care don't arise. Ultimately, it's not something that you are in a position to control.
Okay. Mr. Warren. Yes, I will allow it. I shouldn't, but I will.
Sorry, well, it's just that I did raise with Bryony about revision B of the drawings on the lower ground floor on Unit 1 definitely shows steps on the lower ground floor dropping down from the front door to the WC on that floor. Now, that would not comply with Part M of the building regulations, where you've got to have a WC on the same level as entry in a house. So they're going to have trouble building it out because it already doesn't comply.
Mr. Weimer, I'll give you a chance to have a look or come back.
suppose my basic answer was we're not looking at these in terms of building regs. I don't know whether they would or wouldn't comply, and I don't believe you can refuse an application on the basis that it doesn't comply with a different set of regulations.
In other, that's something we have no control over. Would that be correct? When it comes to building regulations, are not our.
In terms of making the planning decision, I mean, obviously the South Devon Building Control Partnership the council is part of that. So as a council, we have some wider control if they make the application to us. But in terms of the planning decision needs to focus on planning matters, and I don't believe you can refuse a planning application on the basis that it possibly doesn't comply with another set of regulations. They would still have to comply with those regulations, and if that means a change to the plans, they may well have to come back to us to seek an alternative planning permission if they can't build it out.
Would that also apply to the points raised about natural light?
No, in my view, the natural light is a different matter, because I don't think there's anything in the building regulations around natural light. There's something about ventilation. I don't think there's anything about natural light, because if there was, then I can't see how the prior notifications would have ever complied with building regs when they were being constructed or converted without windows. I believe that is absolutely a judgment for members to take in this committee. Officers have looked at it. We're comfortable with the level of amenity to that one particular bedroom in each property, but that is absolutely a planning judgment for this committee to make.
Thank you for that, because I know how you dislike rabbits bolting down holes on certain subjects, so the members are now clear on that. So we'll start with the debate. Who's going to start? Councillor Abbott is reaching for his mic.
Thank you. I'd just like to pursue this thing about the ridge heights, please, and it means I need you to, Brian, need to help me with some numbers. So I can see that the uphill one is at the same height as the uphill neighbour, and the downhill one is the same height as the downhill neighbour. The difference between the two, please? Because if it's going to be stepped, there has to be enough room to step, and if the downhill neighbour's got a high house, then there's not much opportunity to have stepping down.
So the numbers are quite small on the screen. So
yes.
So the house uppermost to the application site, it said here, I think it's 5807, and then the next house down is 5756, and then down again 5642, and then the neighbouring house that's already there 5620. So those are the numbers from the plans.
So there is some small stepping down, and the room for leeway to make the stepping more. It just seems there's not much to play with. So Councillor Pearce's point is true. So in my discussion here, I just don't think there's a lot of room to make any improvements. Okay, that's my contribution.
Has everybody got that? I'm going to ask a question between the original houses, the one to the left and the far one to the right, either side of this application. What is that distance difference height-wise?
I've got the plans on screen here. The neighbour to the left is 5807. The one to the bottom is 5620. So that's 187.
Yeah, 181.8 meters.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's 1.8 meters between the two neighbours.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Abbott. Councillor Brazil.
Yeah, Chairman, I won't be voting on this because I missed the beginning of the debate, so I'm not in a position to.
You actually were.
Was I?
Yeah, you were in.
Okay.
Yes, you were.
All right,
because although it's been announced what was being debated, the officer hadn't actually started.
Okay. Oh,
Okay,
well,
so you are in. I clarified that just now.
all right, lovely, thank you. Well, that's good news. Just some comments first. I mean, first of all, I do find it interesting that in the supporting document from the applicant, they talk about providing extra houses for families in Salcombe, and yet they don't want a primary residency on this house. And I see that the certificate of lawfulness for the basement flat, I wonder if they've been paying council tax on that separately, was pushed through last year. So in other words, it had been manufactured to make that 2 residencies, so they didn't have to have a primary residency, didn't have to have a on it, and therefore the idea that they're then talking about providing family homes in Salcombe, I think is a bit rich, and that sticks in the craw a bit. Just a comment. You know, they must think we're stupid or something. The other thing is that I think the design is not my cup of tea, I have to say. But I wasn't on the site visit, so I'd be interested to hear from others what their views are on the street scene with these new contemporary looking buildings, because I think taking into account what Judy and Jackie have raised about issues, I feel from what we've heard is that a lot of those aren't for us to decide here, building control, etc. That's not for us to take a decision. The light I do get, and I do think that that's something that we could discuss with officers who feel it's okay. But to me, it's the street scene really more than anything. You know, we don't want to allow, things that look peculiar and destroy the street scene, in my view. So I'd be very interested to hear what others have to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brazil. Just to be clear, you can carry on in the debate, okay? Right. Yeah, Councillor Long.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to jump in on I think the question about the stepping down and the ridge height increases is impactful because of the change in the orientation of the 2 roofs, because obviously the ridge runs parallel with the road, these run perpendicular, and you've got 2. So the stepping down and the impact of those properties, and I think when you look at them, street scene impact, there doesn't appear to be much of a stepping down. I know that I think it's about a metre or 1.3 metres sort of difference, which can make a big difference in the street scene. But I think it's the orientation on it when which increases also the bulkiness of those buildings from both directions on the street scene. And I think some of the things I'd like to raise is that it's the setting within that property, that sort of plot, and the materials. And if you compare the sort of the existing building with these 2 properties, I don't think the division of the plots lengthways really to create 2 formal separate dwellings could be considered to be an improvement in terms of the existing layout. But I think it's when it comes back to it, it's the street scene, it's the what could be called a more industrial design to it that isn't really appropriate in the context and the street scene that we have there, and it produces an unduly bulky appearance. And you've got a squaring off of the properties on the road, and the materials really, they don't look natural and they don't tend to fit in within it. And some of the notes I was taken while everybody was there, the design increases the feeling of bulk, and there's little when you look at that to make it reflect other properties there. There's an ungainliness, and I think it's the way the sort of gables, are very harsh there. There is no real setback. There's no sort of delineation on the front or breakup of the front on those. The building increases because of this sort of the appearance of built form, and obviously it is extending to the rear of the property as well. So where at the moment you look down and you've got a roof and gables that sort of run parallel, this change does dramatically increase the bulk when you look from the street scene. It's bulky in all aspects, and I think the design is poor. I think the other element is, although there's an acceptance, there's an existing wall, there is a garden area, there's some lawn, small tree. The landscaping in front of this will not soften those buildings because of the scale of it. And I just think there is a considerable negative impact on the street scene. I don't think they are in keeping. And I think that with the design, the materials, really, can we say this is, and I was making some notes, whether this shows a progression of architectural design? I don't think it does. It obviously is responding to building regulations and the climate emergency by how they're being built, but properties could be built which could have more of a pleasant appearance on the street scene and actually make a positive contribution. I believe these make a negative contribution to the street scene by being very bulky and very harsh, and I think materials are not generally in keeping with the street scene through there. So at this point, I would like to move refusal at this point.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Hodgson, you wanted to speak next?
Yeah, I actually agree with a lot of what Councillor Long has just said, and I think he's articulated it very well. I do think the thing that's really jarred for me in all of this.
Can you just, is there a second before we go? Sorry.
Yes, I'll second refusal. I was coming to that, but I wanted to justify it first.
Councillor Long, you turn it off your mic. Apologies.
So yeah, I think something jars, but you can't quite articulate it. And I think what's really happening here is if those two properties were created as one pair of semi-detached houses, A, they would be meeting their climate targets much more readily, and it'd be in many ways a lot more honest of what's going on here. What they're doing is creating two separate detached properties because often they collect a higher receipt and value than two semis. But in fact, the street scene, because it was interesting that we did have quite a good look around because we had two site visits in the same road on Monday, and I think that was quite useful. A sense of what that street is. I mean, I completely accept what the officer says, that it's there's nothing particularly fixed there at all, but there is a sense of some kind of old worldliness and kind of a settled residential where each property has its own setting. It's a setting that is just that's it. Whereas, but the fact that one of these is so built up to the boundary is kind of robbing the neighbouring property. But also the way that these ones are set so far forward. I mean, they have been anyway. But the way that, as Councillor Long has said, the ridge going the opposite way brings it much more into the fore. And the property to the left, which you can't see in those pictures there, is actually set far back. So the relevance of kind of where that's higher is somewhat lost. And so these will actually feel, I think, much more, for want of a better expression, in your face in the street scene. But also, I think the choice of external materials is more commercial. There isn't that sense of this is the front door, this is the entrance, which most of those other properties have. They've got a sort of sense of place. These don't have it. They kind of, it's the first thing you see really, and as far as I can see, is going to be the garage and a set of steps that may go up and may go down. But this other point I just wanted to raise as well is, I actually think if you could, Bryony, could you take us to the slide that has all the sections on it? It's got the section. That's it, yeah. I actually think that section D to D, which is the middle on the right, and which shows the proximity of the pool to the back of the house, the back of Unit 1, I actually think that's misleading, because when you look at a sketch below, which shows where the sections go from, you can see that actually as has been already pointed out, the top of the pool, where the sort of circular part is, butts right up against the house. And yet that section D to D immediately above, which is supposed to cover that section, shows a gap. And I think what's happened between the two is the steps going into the pool, in other words, within the pool. And I just think this is just bad planning. I mean, anybody looking at this afterwards, if it was built out, would say, what on earth was that planning committee thinking of approving that? And I actually feel that quite personally. I feel I want to be responsible and feel if I've said yes to something, or I've said, supported a recommendation of approval, I want to feel really positive about it. And I really don't on this. And were there to ever be an accident in later time, I would actually feel personally responsible to whether or not I genuinely am or not, it's another matter. But I take it quite seriously, and I'm very unhappy about this. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Hodgson seconded it. Yeah. Councillor Panel?
Yes, so we've been to Herbert Road, I think, before, but looking at it on the site visit, it's typified. It's a 20th century sort of what you might call almost suburban street scene, but it's quite pleasant with trees, with properties that are well spaced out, with gardens, space in front of them. Across the road from this property, they're not very far away, there's quite a new, I imagine, I don't know if it's a totally new build of on an old site, but if you recall it, it's a blue house, which is also end-on, but is much more in profile with the rest of the street and in keeping. And I think this is introducing an urban element, which is be much more suited to a townscape, a waterfront in Totnes or Docklands or somewhere. I feel that we are in danger of overwhelming the look of the street scene by introducing these two bulky buildings at this point. And I'm also very concerned at the lack of natural light into bedrooms. I really don't think, knowing some of the disasters we've seen elsewhere in the country of offices being converted into flats with absolutely no natural daylight, I really don't think this is something in the 21st century we should be contemplating, not being able to look out of any window onto a garden or a street or any outside view and no natural daylight coming directly into the room. So I shall be supporting the proposal to reject.
Councillor Rowe?
Thank you, Chairman. Well, when we were there on Monday, I think, to be honest, the street scene has been half destroyed already from what it was, because there's quite a mishmash of properties there. The property that we were looking at doesn't do anything for the street scene now. It looks old and aged, and it needs a birthday. I'm not sure that the proposed dwellings of 2 dwellings on that site, particularly with the retention of the swimming pool, because to me that looks, although we can't consider this an accident waiting to happen, and I would have thought the first thing that I would have done would have been to fill the swimming pool in and to include that area within the new build. I'm not particularly keen on these new build looking properties, but that's a matter of personal choice. I think we are in a situation where we've got difficult decisions to make, but that's why we're here. That's all I want to say, really, Chairman, but I do think that every time now we go to Salcombe and somebody wants to knock down a property and build something else there, my husband was reading out to me in the Mail only this morning that the average price of a house in Salcombe now is £1 million, and it's taken over from Sandbanks as being the most expensive place to live, to buy a property. And people buy properties here, they knock them down, they buy them for £1, £2, £3 million, knock them down and build something else that's probably £4 or £5 million, but that's what's happening. And it's a bit unfortunate, but that's how it is. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't going to bring that fact up, but it was interesting to hear this morning, those of you did hear, that 3 of the towns in our lovely South Hams are 3 in the top 10 in the country for cost and popularity of living. So what we decide here is very important. Any other comments on? Right, we have a proposer and seconder for refusal, which is against, hang on a second, against the officer's recommendation. So I'm looking for some reasons. Would that be correct, Mr. Weimer?
It would be, Chairman. You can look at me for reasons, but then I'll be looking at the proposer and the seconder for reasons.
I was looking at you to look at them.
If I can help, I think it's clear from what both councillors have said is that that you consider there's an issue around the scale, bulk, materials, and siting. Because I think if it wasn't turned round, the bulk is significantly less. So the siting is a clear that it's out of keeping and has an unacceptable negative impact on the street scene. And that's going to be around policies Dev 10, Dev 20, and there's at least one neighbourhood plan policy I think is B1. Yeah. And then whilst I can see that reason refusal, I can see the planning merit behind it. I think there's another one that I'd like members I think you're asking members to consider, and I think I'm less comfortable with that, which is around the proposal represents poor design, leading to a lack of daylight to bedroom 4 and an uncomfortable relationship with the existing swimming pool. Now, I think I'm more than happy for you to add to that, but that's what I've written down from what you were both saying.
Can we hear from the proposer?
Yeah,
first.
I made some notes, and basically I'd looked at Dev 20, Dev 23, Salcombe policy, neighbourhood plan policy B1, and my notes was the increase in scale massing results in a disproportionate development, doesn't correspond well to the local vernacular, so it's part of the design, street scene, or the characteristics of the setting of the dwellings, particularly for Herbert Road, and the suburban nature character of Herbert Road. Other notes, basically under Dev 20, it's the quality of the built environment, obviously design quality as well, which comes out with the neighbourhood plan policy B1. And I think within that, the place shaping quality of the built environment and design quality comes to questions about daylight to the rooms and the lower ground floor area.
Mr. Wyman, would you concur with those planning policies that have been quoted?
I'm not sure I would agree with Dev 23. I think it's more Dev 10 and Dev 20. I mean, Dev 23 is more around landscape character. It does mention, I agree it mentions townscape, but I think Dev 20 is more, Dev 10, which is delivering high quality housing, and Dev 20, which is around place shaping and the quality of the built environment. I think I'd rather be saying it's built environment rather than landscape. I'm happy.
Yeah, Councillor Hodson.
Sorry, I'll just say that overmassing and unneighbourliness are quite key to this as well, because actually that affects both sides. I mean, there's the one side it's right up against with its eaves sort of hanging over, and the other side, you know, that you're right, it's just so close, and the fact it's far forward, it's going to impact them quite a lot. If the properties are all in one line, you're not so aware of it. Whereas when one is pulled right forward, it affects their sort of usage of their property as well. And I think, you know, it's agreeing really with the town council. I think the town council has raised good objections, and I think they're the local, you know, tuning body really.
Okay.
Whilst I accept that neighbour amenity is a clear material consideration, personally, I don't agree that this does have an adverse impact on the neighbours, but that's a member's call.
I suppose I did raise the point about the scale of massing being disproportionate. I think that comes into the sort of the local vernacular, the street scene, and obviously from the point of view of street scene, which it will to a certain extent with the neighbours, because they'll be looking at that increased massing. But I accept that mine was an overall effect that I was looking at.
Okay.
If you think it's made stronger without, then I'm happy to accept that you don't include that.
again, that's a very difficult question to answer, given that I support the officer's recommendations. Right, but generally speaking, it's always best not to put in any sort of make-weight reasons for refusal, because the authority would have to defend every individual reason for refusal, and you can, and there was one came out for another place recently where the appeal was dismissed. There was a partial award of the costs because the council were unable to defend one of the 4 reasons for refusal. So it's obviously it's a member decision. It's your decision. I am more nervous about being able to defend a reason for refusal in terms of the impact on the neighbours. I think the impact on the street scene, I think there's a clear view taken there. It's a planning judgment. I think that is defendable. It's not an unreasonable decision. I mean, so from a cost perspective, I wouldn't have any concerns, but I'm more nervous about the impact on the neighbours.
I'm happy to let that go. That's fine.
Yeah, well, I always consider that quality is always better than quantity. Yeah.
Sorry, and I'm assuming that it'll be the proposal will be delegated decision to officers to finalise the reasons for refusal in conjunction with proposer, seconder, chair and vice chair.
Yeah. Okay, so you just heard what Mr. Weimer has said. It's clear that I'm going to put this to the vote now, that this is a proposal to go against the officer's recommendation of approval, so we're voting for refusal. Can I have a show of hands for that, please? Those against approval? Or, yeah. No, against the proposal. Right, sorry. Abstentions? 2. Okay. Thank you. So that application has been refused. All right. Does anybody want a couple of minute break before we go to the next one? We got 2 more this morning. We got 2 hours left, so yeah, I thought you would, Councillor Panel. Not talking about a coffee break, but just a comfort break this time. No, who's missing from Mary?
Oh, that's right.
Right. Right, members, we will continue. The next application is Vermilion Herbert Road, Salcombe, which is 0161/23 HHO. And Liz, would you like to present the application, please?
Thank you. This is a house order planning application for a property known as Vermilion, detached dwelling on the south side of Herbert Road in Salcombe. As previously discussed this morning, this aerial plan shows that there's a variety of house sizes and house styles along the street scene. This is the northwest elevation. The application site is on the left-hand side of this picture. Herbert Road slopes downhill from west to east, and here you can see that there's a slight step down between its immediate neighbour, known as Breton. There's a closer shot of the front elevation. You can see the Dutch barn style roof configuration of the property, and on the left hand side, as shown on this picture, there's a detached single garage that is connected to the house via just a wall and a gateway that leads through to the back garden. This is looking at the east elevation from further down Herbert Road. As you can see, the east elevation is slightly more prominent on the street scene because of the gap between the application site and the neighbour to the east. You can also see there's existing windows on the side elevation. We've got two at first floor, and the top two are actually in the existing loft space within the property. That's the rear elevation, which is very similar in design and style to the front of the house. This is the view as shown from the neighbour to the east, Winfield. This is a view from their sort of near their entranceway. You can see the existing relationship with the existing garage. There's a difference in height levels there. The white building, which is behind the small tree to the right-hand side of this picture, is actually an outbuilding that belongs to Winfield and is on the Winfield plot, and that connects to the existing garage. And these are views from the existing side windows. So on the left is the image looking from Winfield towards the application site, and you can see there the two existing loft windows. And then on the right is an image looking down from the existing property onto Winfield, and the roof lights there. These are the proposed plans then. The alteration here would include a wraparound single-storey extension, replacing the existing garage with a new garage that's then attached to a side and rear extension. And then the loft space is converted into habitable living accommodation. On the ground floor plan, you can see it next to the neighbour Winfield, so you can see a comparison in the footprint of the proposal compared to the neighbouring property. On the committee site visit, I was asked for the total increase in floor space. I've since measured the plans. The existing property and garage of all the floors would be 182 square metres. The proposed plans show a finished floor area of 265 square metres, so it's an increase of 80 square metres, the majority of which obviously comes from the single-storey rear extension. And here's the elevational drawings. As you can see, the living accommodation in the roof space is created by a hip to gable extension and also raising the roof height. There's an alteration to the front sort of porch projection area, but as you can see, the dashed blue lines on the plans show the existing property, and so in terms of scale and proportions, it's sort of very similar to the existing property. On site, we were I was asked about the comparison of the finished roof height with the neighbour uphill. So the agent sent in a revised plan showing showing the comparison, and you can see on the north elevation, the property to the right has a red line that runs across from the highest point and runs over. Taking measurements from that, there's approximately a 1 metre difference in ridge height between the existing application site property and its neighbour. The ridge would be raised by about 0.6 of a metre, and it will therefore remain approximately 0.4 metres lower than the neighbour. The finish is proposed to be natural slate roof and a white render. To the rear of the property in the south elevation, you can see that there's 2 dormer windows going into the rear elevation, a roof light, and some small solar panels. So given the finish, the materials and the scale of the alterations proposed, I recommended they would not result in harm to the street scene. Given the presence of the existing side windows and the current relationship between the existing garage and the neighbouring property, the proposed alterations will not materially be harmful to the residential amenities of the neighbouring properties in regards to overlooking or overbearing. The proposed garage is slightly smaller than as recommended within our supplementary planning document, but given that it's replacing a much smaller existing garage, the outcome would be a neutral impact on parking provision. The scheme incorporates electrical vehicle charge point within the garage and solar panels in line with the climate emergency guidance, and an air source heat pump as well as was also proposed. And the application is recommended for conditional approval.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions of the officer? Councillor Long.
Just one point of clarification. You mentioned that the ridge height with the neighbour is about approximately 1 metre difference, and you showed the plans with the ridge. That red line is obviously going to the tops of the chimneys, and it's showing, interestingly, it's showing 2 chimneys on there, and there's only ever one, which is closest to that neighbour, so there aren't 2 on there. Is that measurement, obviously I can't see it here, the 1 metre difference to the sort of the complete difference with the ridge to ridge?
Yep, so I've taken my measurement from the blue hash line of the ridge of the existing property, which is quite hard to see at this distance, I admit, to the red line that's shown there on the plans from the neighbour's ridge. So that's a 1 metre difference.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? No? Okay, then we'll move on to the objector, who is Mr. Ian McGregor.
Hi, good morning.
Sorry. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can, yes. Thank you for the opportunity.
Right, you've got 3 minutes, and you may get questions afterwards. All right.
Okay, my name's Ian McGregor. I was introduced to Salcombe by my parents more than 60 years ago. Our house is Fiddler's Green, is located a couple of houses uphill from the applicant's property. My understanding is that the adopted plan and policies were prepared in order to protect the area of outstanding natural beauty of Salcombe by retaining the existing character of the area. We submitted our own plans in 2013. We submitted pre-apps with the Salcombe Council and neighbours. Our plans followed the unofficial protocol previously adopted, which retained the existing structure, extended the rear to matching accepted maximum rear extensions, no change to the ridge height, no change to the front garden, and the property remained unchanged. Regarding Vermilion, this application is effectively attempting to convert a 2-storey house to a 3-storey property. By way of achieving this, the only way of achieving this is to increase the ridge height, which in my view is the critical factor and the biggest cause of concern. This is completely out of character with the other properties in Herbert Road. There have been a number of other applications to increase ridge heights in similar circumstances at Herbert Road, and as far as I'm aware, they've all been rejected. Neighbours' houses on the rear side of Herbert Road the south side, are 2-storey with an effective dormer construction of the first floor. There are no 3-storey houses on this side of Herbert Road. The key points are, as far as I'm concerned, the north and south elevations of the plans prepared and submitted by the applicants do not appear to be match or be accurate. The new ridge height seems to differ on the different existing elevations. The proposal seems to indicate that the ridge height is actually above the ridge height of the uphill property, subject to the clarification that someone made previously, thus ignoring the natural topography of the road. As far as I can see, I only saw one chimney, but I did see in the photograph there that there was a much lower chimney on the other side. But the drawings are inaccurate because the architect has shown 2 all at the same level as existing. Of particular concern, there is no actual datum or height increase of the proposed ridge height, no true reference point. I think this is significant as it appears that the estimated chimney height has been used as a reference point for the new ridge and therefore potentially remains variable. Frequently, of course, ridge heights on new construction are often higher than planned due to the selected construction materials or insulation requirements. Therefore, in any event, an absolute datum reference is absolutely essential. I would also refer to a recent application at Sunny Ridge at the far end, west end of Herbert Road, which was refused planning application. This was for a 2-storey house maintaining the existing ridge height, which meant a much less radical proposal. So in summary, in my view, any redevelopment should enhance the existing streetscape and most importantly, take due consideration of the natural topography of the road, with the ridge heights of each house steadily increasing to match the incline, which will preserve the individual character of Herbert Road. Otherwise, this could change to be something like resembling developments on Fortescue Road in Salcombe. I hope that these points will take into consideration. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Members, have you any questions? No? Right, thank you very much. Right, we now move on to the supporter, Carmen Redondo. I hope I've pronounced that correctly. You've got just sit yourself down and then switch on the mic and you have 3 minutes.
I'm on. Morning, everyone. Currently in place is an original derelict 1930s property, which I dare say is by far the ugliest and most unkept property in Salcombe. It's mine, sorry. What we are proposing is a ground floor extension with internal alterations and making the loft habitable. In reference to the materials used, all the points that were raised by planning in the previous application have been strictly adhered to. And on that note, I would like to highlight the recent precedent set by Sunnydale in Newton Road in Salcombe, in which the materials used in this development was indeed the same as the first application for Vermilion, which was rejected. In reference to the overlooking to the next door neighbours at Winefield, apologies if I said that wrong, I never know how to pronounce that one, next door down the road, overlooking already occurs due to 2 existing windows in the east elevation to the 2nd floor. These windows and the roof lights were long established previously to when the Winefield development took place. Once again, after liaison with the planning officer, the 2nd floor apex gable glazing has been revised. This addresses your point that if the window were to be fully height glazing, it would allow for views onto the neighbour's roof lights from further back in the proposed bedroom, and not just when the occupiers are near the proposed window, as capable through the existing window, 2nd floor windows already. I therefore believe the 3 reasons Councillors Long and Pearce have called the application into committee are all satisfactorily addressed and deemed acceptable in line with policy in the officer's report. Analysis 2.4 and 4.3 refers positively to the garage design as proposed and meets policy requirements. Councillors Pearce and Councillor Long have referred to the application to committee for the following reasons, I believe. Poor design and impact on street scene. We've addressed all this from the first revision. It's now render with grey windows. Not to mention the fact that you can hardly see the property from the road due to large front hedging, which will be kept in situ. Neighbouring amenity. Once again, planning issues have been addressed and Vermilion and its windows were there before Winefields was ever developed. If Winefields had an issue with this, they would have developed it differently. Delivery of renewable technology in light of climate emergency. This is not a knockdown and a rebuild, purely an extension. It therefore has solar panels, heat pumps, EV charger, which will be installed as required. I note that one officer recommended conditions to no external lighting. This I find strange, which we can possibly discuss, as Vermilion is already an existing dwelling and has existing external lighting, as have other neighbours and as is common in any residential property. Should this planning application be refused and go through to appeal with costs, I strongly believe it will stand, as this planning application matches all the planning criteria, unless, of course, we have a case of design by committee. Salcombe and possibly other local areas are, I believe, creating a self-fulfilling prophecy. By this I mean, and I do live in Salcombe, that the genuine local people who actually want to live in Salcombe, rather than just have a holiday home, get to the point of total frustration with the planning processes, give up and sell off to the large developers. As can clearly be seen, the area becomes...
Can you have a last sentence? You've had your 3 minutes.
Oh, right, okay. Right, okay, I should click on to the next one. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that there's only 30% residency rate in Salcombe. It needs to be more of a community. It needs to be people who actually live there. The only people that can afford and have the time to go through the planning process, if everything gets rejected outright, will be the developers who have the money and can go through the protracted process. That's it, really.
Members, any questions? No? Right, thank you very much. Right. Councillor Tartan again. Well, we're so used to seeing Councillor Fice here, it makes a change to see somebody different.
Good morning again, Chairman, members and officers. Salcombe Town Council objects to this planning application on several points. First, the massing of the front elevation. Through raising the ridge height and changing the design from a hipped roof to a gable roof, with the resultant wider ridge, the property will effectively be seen as a 3-storey house when seen from Herbert Road, permission for which has previously been refused on this road by the District Council. If permission is given, this would irreparably change the historic street scene, which is contrary to Salcombe Neighbourhood Development Plan Policy B1. The new roof height appears level with the roof of the uphill neighbouring property Breton, which goes against the characteristic feature of Herbert Road, where the roof lines of these homes cascade down the hill. Changing the design to a traditional hip roof and widening the width of the property at the top of the walls will make the east elevation in particular be overbearing to the lower neighbour at Winfield. Once converted, the exceedingly large windows in this east elevation attic living accommodation will become a nuisance through light spillage and direct overlooking into the roof lights of the bedroom of Winfield. If permission is granted, the Town Council would like to see a condition that the flat roof remains as such and is not to be used as a terrace in perpetuity. Thank you.
Members, do you have any questions? No? Right. Thank you very much. Short and sweet. Okay. Which one first this time? Councillor Pearce. Right.
Good morning again, committee. Thank you again for this site inspection. I think you will have gathered from the 2 site inspections we had on Herbert Road that Herbert Road is under attack, and I have a large degree of sympathy with the objector, Mr. McGregor, because I think he raised some good points. The officer report points out that our policy Dev 20 says that proposals must have proper regard to the pattern of local development and wider surroundings in terms of distinctiveness, scale, materials, historic value and character. And whilst I wouldn't maintain that this is a historic house, it is very distinctive, and in particular it frames the end of Loring Road. So as you drive along Loring Road, this is the house you see at the end of the road. And I think that Dutch roof is particularly distinctive. And there could be an imaginative modernisation of this house. I mean, you could take the tiles off and put slates on. You could do lots of things to it to make it into a habitable house, because it has lots of good qualities. I know it's not in a very good state at the moment, but it has been empty for some time. And I would suggest it's been deliberately neglected to give the impression that it actually does need partially knocking down and rebuilding. But I don't know whether that's the case. And I think particularly with DEV 32 in mind, our climate change policy, we should have regard to how much you need to knock down a house to actually bring it back. In particular, the side elevations of the present house read well and have a really logical sort of rhythm to them. If you look at the side elevations of the proposal, you will see that big window up in the East End gable and the letterbox windows. It's lost all the rhythm and logicality, and that big window will look directly down onto the Velux windows in the neighbouring property. Now, I know there is a relationship already. Liz, would it be possible to put up the old house? But you will see that the east elevation windows there, there, are much smaller, and therefore the overlooking would be much less. With that big apex window, you'll be lying in bed because the plans show where the bed's proposed to go, and you'll be able to, if you're not cooked by the sun coming in from the east in the morning, you'll be able to look straight out of bed, down through the Velux into the house next door. So I don't think the relationship is a happy one at all. So what this house really needs is an imaginative refresh rather than a rebuild. It's already got an attic story, and I would suggest there's probably room in that roof to do something, because a roof room is shown in the plans of the existing property, and the way it's drawn shows that there is sufficient roof height, at least in part of that roof, to put in habitable accommodation. We've been told what the increase in floor space is, and I still think that with an imaginative refresh of what's there now, you could actually add on the new garage and you could add the extension at the back. I think what is easy to forget is that by taking the ground floor straight up, that is by stripping out the Dutch barn sort of side sloping first floor elevation, you are actually going to increase the bulk of the building quite significantly. And that in turn increases the height of the ridge, which has been shown. But also by taking the hips off, you are considerably increasing the massing and changing the street scene. And changing the street scene to a very bland appearance. Now, bland is not what Herbert Road is about. And I do remember talking to Councillor Long about this one, and I think actually sending in something to the planning officer that says what we're going to end up with is a persimmon kind of what they call distinctive corner house or statement house that you have on the corner of a large development going up 2 floors, not typical of Herbert Road at all, and far too bland in appearance to be part of the Herbert Road housing collection, which is what it is. It's very mixed now, but at least it is a mixture and it's not bland. So that's about what I've got to say on this one.
Thank you. No questions? Oh, Councillor Baldry.
Yeah, thank you. Leave up the northeast elevation. Very interesting what you had to say, Councillor Pearce, but you will appreciate it is not our job to redesign the planning application, which is, I think, what you might have been suggesting. On the northeast elevation, as I understand what you said, your objection really is the 2 lower windows there are already there. You're just objecting to the size under the proposal?
I'm objecting to the size of the 2nd floor window, which is proposed in the apex of the roof, yes. And I'm not suggesting a redesign. What I'm suggesting is that what's there could be left.
Okay. We'll leave it there. Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Councillor Long,
Thank you, Chairman.
can you switch off your mic, Councillor Pearce? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted, I don't think there's much that I can add to sort of what has been said by the Town Council or Councillor Pearce, but, you know, the reason I brought it here today, one of the reasons is the sort of the scale, the bulk, the massing through the changes, the design and the street scene impact. And I think you can see that looking at the setting of the existing building, the street scene, together with the existing materials and the roof shape, provides a sort of pleasant aspect. And I think a comment in one of the previous reports from the officer, the property has a unique Dutch barn style roof and the clay tiles cover the external walls of the first floor. I think that says it. There is an opportunity here to, again, improve a building, to make changes, but I think this, I'd like the committee to look at this seriously to see whether what is before them is appropriate and whether they consider that, say, the changes and the impact on the street scene is acceptable. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Right, okay, that's it. Members, we're open to the debate. Councillor Hodgson.
Would have liked to have heard other points, but since we're also with this, what we might call a pregnant silence, I'll stick my neck out. I was interested. I just, having listened to the supporter, the person who's the proposer of this application, I looked at the previous application as well to see what was going on there as well. So obviously this is quite significantly different, what's come forward. But I still don't see that it justifies such a dramatic change to what is, as has been described, a unique building on that street. It might not be everybody's taste. It might look rather neglected and sad, but nevertheless, it does have unique features that I personally believe really contribute to the street scene of Herbert Road. A little bit like the conversation we were having earlier about the previous application, which by pure coincidence is in the same road on this occasion. And I just think that we should be thinking very carefully about what is being lost and what is actually starting to evolve of the modernisation, which is nothing wrong with modernisation, of course not. But is it at the cost of what's going on in the overall street? And one of the things that has been pointed out is this element of stepping down. And I mean, as has been pointed out by the objector, and I think those very valid objections to, we're not even very certain about where the new ridge height is being measured from and whether or not there's actually two substantive chimneys or whether there's one and what we're actually doing in comparison. But nevertheless, the point is really clear that the stepping down is starting to disappear. And you can see it from this proposed elevations. It's starting to come right up, and it's even more obviously coming right up because of the loss of those, where the corners were chipped away with the Dutch barn style roof that was part of the current building. That sort of lessened it and allowed that gentle stepping down. And I think that there's something that we as a committee again have a duty to retain is some of the atmosphere of a street scene. And I think this what's proposed here doesn't correspond, doesn't fit in. I do think also that the overlooking is a serious issue, and I think it's, as Councillor Pearce has pointed out, I think there's something that is about sort of, you know, what we have you know, the impact on neighbours, particularly with somebody's large bedroom window overlooking it straight into their house, is something that is unreasonable. So I'll listen to other people's comments before I say further, if I may. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Baldry.
Thank you, Chairman. I've read all the papers. I wasn't on the site visit, but I've listened to everything that's been said today, both by the objector and by the applicant supporter and by both the councillors. I note that one of the points made was about the extension not to be used as a terrace, and I see that that is included in the conditions. I'm coming to the conclusion I have not heard sufficient today to disagree with the officer and the recommendation of approval with the conditions, and I'm therefore going to propose approval in accordance with the officer recommendation.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder for that?
Seconded.
That's Councillor Rowe. Seconder, okay. So does anybody wish to add anything before we deal with that? Councillor Long.
I have to say that looking at this and looking at the, as I said, earlier, it is a unique Dutch style, barn style. The roofing does give it its own unique nature there. I think the changes that are proposed will produce an overpowering wall on the gables, and it will dominate and have a negative impact on the street scene. I think the squaring of the building itself, the removal of the roof line and shape that it has at the moment, will produce will be negative on the street scene. It will produce a sort of very I think the term has been bland, but I think it's not something that I think will make an improvement and contribution to the street scene. I think it does have, what we've got before us does have an adverse effect on the character and appearance of the locality. There is an opportunity to improve the property, but not be so drastic in it. The alterations to the front and rear elevations of the property don't replicate either the original, quite obviously, nor that of other dwellings within the road. So I think we're losing something here. The squaring off of the front of the property, creating what gives the appearance, which will be a 3-storey, doesn't sit naturally within the street scene. It is something more akin to a new build, and the changes when you look at the shape of the existing roof will be substantial, and there will be substantial building work that will need to be done. In the context, it does produce an unduly bulky appearance, and I said it with the previous application, whether you have to question whether this shows a progression of architectural design or a regression of design, whether it responds well to building regs and the climate emergency, and whether what is before us can be celebrated as good architecture. I don't believe it is. I believe the impact on the street scene is negative. There is, as been said, an opportunity to create visually attractive and appropriate dwellings, meeting all the sort of modern requirements that we need, and I don't think this does it. I'm afraid I will be voting against the officer's recommendation on this, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Long. Any others to add to this? Councillor Panel?
Well, as we saw with the previous application, there are concerns about the street scene, and I think this is not conducive to improving the street scene at all. I think the mass of the block that you will see compared with the hip roof, the Dutch roof at the moment, will be quite considerable. We'll change the street scene in that area to a large extent, and therefore I also don't think I can support this.
Okay. Anybody else? Councillor Abbott?
Overall, I'm not happy with the new proposal. My problem is finding the reasons to object to accepting it, and I can't hear what we can really hold to under planning law. I don't like this new thing. I think it's a lovely, it's got a horrible end, but the roof line is really nice, and I would have liked for it to be retained.
Okay. Anyone else? Well, at the moment on the table, I have a proposer and a seconder for approval of this application as per the officer's recommendation. And I go to the vote on this. So all those in favour of that proposal, in favour of the officer's recommendation of approval. Okay. Those against? No. 1, 2, 3. Is that any abstentions? One abstention. So that application is approved, and that's the application for Vermilion Herbert Road, Salcombe, is approved. Okay. I'm going to suggest we now have a coffee break because my intention is to deal with the next application, and if all goes well, we'll then deal with what we normally deal with at the end of the meeting. If we've got anything. Yeah. Can you do that? Yeah, well, yeah, you could, okay, all right. So, I'll be generous. I'll give you, according to that clock, 8 minutes. Now, but seriously, if we can be back here 11:45, between 11:45 to 12. better switch that on. Moving on to the third application this morning, which is land at Spirewell Farm Train Road, Wembury. That's application number 027123 full. And we have Graham online. Are you there, Graham?
Good morning, I'm here, yes.
Right, if you'd like to present the application, please.
Thank you very much. The application is for a detached single-storey dwelling with an agricultural occupancy restriction on it. It's a resubmission of a previously withdrawn application. That application was withdrawn due to a number of concerns regarding justification, impact in area of outstanding natural beauty, and there was an issue with the access. So they withdrew that and they resubmitted this planning application. The site is rectangular. It is, I think you've all been out in site as far as I know. So it's north of Wembury and south of Hollycombe Hill. The main farm cluster is over to the left-hand side there. There's a cluster of buildings, and along the approach to Train Road, there's an agricultural workers unit that the applicant currently resides in. So that's the site. I don't have a plan of the agricultural holding, but it's around 600 acres of arable land where sheep graze, third-party livestock. The farm has gone through quite a bit of a diversification over the years. There are 3 holiday lets within the existing cluster. There's also a shooting operation that's carried out during the year. So the applicant is a gamekeeper, as a farm manager. I think he provides a bit of security for the holiday lets too. So that's the location of the site. It's on Train Road, and it would be proposed to put an access on there. I've not got too many photos of the site here. I think you've already visited it. It's an open field, undeveloped, with an established hedgerow along the frontage. It's within the area of outstanding natural beauty, and the levels are fairly undulating at this location. I think it's elevated to an extent. This is an overhead layout plan of how it would look. There would be an access formed onto the road with visibility splays to be achieved and maintained thereafter. It's a single-storey design, so it's a fairly long dwelling. It's quite a large residential curtilage. That is the overhead floor plan, 3 bedrooms, fairly standard design with an attached garage. It's got quite a fairly kind of shallow pitched roof with the attached garage over to the left there in that south elevation, with quite a large extent of glazing, mixture of kind of cladding, wooden cladding. I think the intention is to make it look like an agricultural building, but also try and position it quite low on the landscape so it's obscured a bit by the hedge at the front. So that's the design of the proposal. In terms of the key considerations, the reason why we're recommending refusal, the first 2 questions relate to: is there a clearly established functional need for an additional agricultural workers unit at this countryside location? Is there a robust business justification? The answer to both of those questions, I think, is no. That's after consulting the agricultural consultant. As a kind of matter of course for these kind of applications, as I'm sure you're aware, it's usually standard practice to provide a labour calculation for the labour requirements of the existing activities and proposed. That's usually a kind of independent assessment that our agricultural consultant can then analyse. In terms of business justification, it's quite normal if it's an existing business to provide 3 years' worth of accounts, at least showing a viable enterprise that can sustain the build cost and remain viable thereafter. Or if it's a projected business, then it would be a kind of business plan showing kind of quite a good plan of growth. So having looked at what has been submitted, which is a statement by an architect, confirming that they would be looking to bring in around 100 cows, working towards that. The problem that we have with the business justification is that it seems to describe quite a vulnerable sector of agricultural sector at the moment following Brexit and with uncertainty with regards to funding and things like that. So there's also the aspect of the diversification and the issue that the holiday lets are the kind of main part of this business now. So we don't think there's a robust enough justification for the functional need and from a business perspective. That's the first reason for refusal. The other two reasons for refusals relate to the impact on an area of outstanding natural beauty. The site as an undeveloped part of the country's open countryside with an established Devon Heads Bank, we think makes a positive contribution to that. It's up to us to make sure that that's conserved and enhanced, and we don't consider that forming an access with a engineered visibility. We think that's more of an incongruous addition that would be more likely to be in a residential area. So there's the issue of the frontage, but then there's also the issue of looking at the development from a distance. We don't think that the necessary landscaping visual assessment, as you would usually expect, has been provided here. We do think there's going to be a visual impact. It's going to change the character. There's going to be an element of light pollution in what would be intrinsically a dark sky at the moment. So that's the other two reasons for refusal. The final one's more of a technical one. It's not secured the usual unilateral undertaking that we would look to get the compensation for the Tamar European site. So those are the reasons for refusal. The only other couple of things I wanted to say is firstly relating to amenity issue that some neighbours have raised. At the moment, the applicant resides in this dwelling, as I've said. There's a dog compound for working dogs, and there was quite a few neighbours that have expressed some concerns that those dogs would be moved as part of the application towards this site, which would be further away from the holiday lets and closer to them. There's no suggestion in the application that that's the case. There's nothing detailed on the plan, and that's why I've not included that as a reason for refusal in terms of residential amenity. If, however, you would be minded to overturn it, my recommendation, I'd recommend restricting permitted development rights to try and control that aspect of the proposal. The only other thing I wanted to mention is to do with carbon benefits. It's been suggested that the design of the house is very environmentally friendly, and that is an exceptional reason itself. I don't think that is an exceptional reason. I think it's fairly standard requirement now in light of our recently adopted climate emergency statement. So I wouldn't have thought personally that that's a reason why we should divert from planning policy. So the conclusion is that it doesn't comply with the policy and therefore would recommend refusal of the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, yes, Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm a point. When we went to the site visit and we had handouts of plans, on the site plan it indicated an area of animal welfare as part of the surrounding, which I took to mean sort of animal exercise. So the issue about whether or not there would be dogs moved potentially sounds to me like it is being accommodated in this proposal. So just to clarify that, so this, the concern which I think the officer indicated wasn't really confirmed. The concerns of some of the objectors in terms of neighbours that the dogs could be, quite noisy and being brought further to housing. I think there is sort of what you might call a bit of evidence that actually is part of the proposal that it would be moved.
I think that's probably a question of the applicant in a minute, whether they are going to bring dogs up or not. I don't think that's actually, unless Graham wants to comment on that.
I mean, I've discussed it with a colleague in environmental health. I do think it would seem to be a general, a genuine concern given the size of the residential curtilage proposed, and like you say, animal welfare being a kind of demarcated on the plan. So I think it would be a genuine concern, but for the amount of dogs that we're talking about, I don't think it's something that you could just. I think you would need a development there which would require planning permission. So I think that would be something that would need to be considered separately, given that there's no indication. I don't think any clear indication that a dog compound could be realistically put in there.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, Graham, does this site sit within the development boundary of Wembury? No?
No, not that I'm aware of. No, doesn't.
Anybody else? Yeah, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. Just seeking clarification on where this site sits in relation to the undeveloped coast designation.
The undeveloped coast is quite close by. It's kind of to the northeast. It's out with it. It's just out with the site. I don't have a demarcation of it, but it's very close to the undeveloped coast.
Can I just clarify that? So,
thank you.
I believe it is not quite in the undeveloped coast. Am I correct in saying that?
That's correct. Yeah.
Any other questions of the officer? Yes, Councillor Reeve.
You commented that the applicant was going to get 100 cows or has 100 cows. What was that comment?
So yeah, the supporting information suggests that they would be working towards getting around 100 cows. They describe dairy as no longer feasible unless the herd is large. Even then, it can be quite marginal. So that they would be looking to get around 100 cows. But I think part of the problem we have is that there's a bit of a lack of detail here. So it's an aspiration to work towards that, but it's also with a kind of realistic idea of the industry and some of the problems that are associated with it.
So do you mean he's looking that he might have 100 cows to milk? He's working on that?
Yes.
Yeah, Graham, it's Councillor Foss here. I got a question. You, in your piece, you also mentioned about the livestock that's on the air there at the moment is outsourced, or was other people?
As far as I know, it's third-party livestock which the applicant manages. It's sheep grazing in fields. But there's also pheasants that are reared from May to the end of season. So there's some game that is reared which needs attention. The shooting season's between October and February. So yeah.
Yeah, I fully understand all that. Okay. Councillor Hodgson.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry to come back. I just wanted to ask, really, in terms of the fact that there is already an agricultural workers dwelling on the site, how relevant is that to this new application for a further agricultural residential dwelling on the same site or the same farm, when actually it's the same person just moving from one to the other?
Yeah, I think it is relevant. Not only is there an agricultural workers unit there, I think the 3 holiday lets, only 2 of them, as far as I know, have the occupancy restriction. So one of those holiday lets, in theory, could be used as a kind of seasonal worker type arrangement. I think from a planning perspective, it would make sense to us. A more efficient use of the buildings on site would be probably a preferable option.
Okay, thanks for that. You'll stay with us through the debate, will you?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Thank you. Okay. So now then we will move on to Mr. Brian Hall, objector, please. Well, you see how it works. Sit down, get yourself comfortable, switch on the mic, and then you have 3 minutes. Okay.
Good morning. I live next to the site and speak also for other local residents. This is a renewal of a previous withdrawn unrestricted dwelling application, but now for agricultural occupancy. If granted, with the tie removed, it will become an open market property in a highly desirable location. It should be considered with this in mind. The site is greenfield, good quality agricultural land in an area of outstanding natural beauty and afforded the highest protection under planning.
Have my 3 minutes.
Sorry?
This is John Stansel.
In a minute, you're next. Okay, we haven't got to you yet.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like me to start again, or?
Yes,
Okay, right. I live next to the site and speak for other local residents. This is a renewal of a previous withdrawn unrestricted dwelling application, but now for agricultural occupancy. If granted, with the tie removed, it will become an open market property in a highly desirable location. It should be considered with this in mind. The site is greenfield, good agricultural land in an area of outstanding natural beauty and afforded the highest protection under planning policies. South West Devon ANOB did object to the previous application, but were not consulted on this one. That objection should remain valid as the details have not changed. All other properties in Train Road were originally built before the introduction of AONB. There is no justification for a dwelling to be built 500 metres away from the farm on this site. An agricultural need has not been proved or verified by an independent agricultural appraisal. A tied bungalow for the applicant already exists, and the original farmstead and 2 barns are converted holiday lets. However, holiday lets and pheasant shooting are not classed as agricultural and must be ignored in terms of need. If there was a need, surely the owner would apply, in which case more convenient and practical sites are available at the farm centre and main drive, with all available services and no environmental impact. The application attempts to exemplify exceptional architectural and ecological design, but it is not supported by an independent verification of outstanding design, such as the Design Review Panel. It merely reflects current architectural design, ecological thinking and guidance. It is not truly outstanding or innovative, and its character distinctly conflicts with local properties. The 138-metre hedge bank frontage will be allowed to reach 3 metres in height, with strategic tree planting designed to block the site from public view. The removal of 52 metres of mature hedge bank for the access and visibility display would severely and irreversibly damage the landscape character and ecology. These fail to conserve or enhance the landscape character, but substantially degrade it, destroying an important visual amenity. It does not comply with National Planning Policy Framework paragraphs 80E. The applicant would work from the site, so it would become a satellite farm operation 24 hours, night or day, as repeatedly stated in the application. This would cause unacceptable noise and light pollution to residents in a tranquil rural area. The additional traffic in and out of the site would exacerbate the present dangers to the many vulnerable walkers, cyclists and horses, and commuting to the farm would add unnecessary fuel use and environmental emissions. For these reasons, the application should be refused as recommended by the planning officer. Thank you for your time.
Can you just stay there for a second?
Sure.
Any members got any questions? No? Right. Thank you very much. Right, Councillor Stansel, are you there now? Oh,
Yes,
sorry. No, hang on a minute. I'm wrong. Should be the supporter, Andy Coughlin, please. Yeah, you'll be on in a minute. Don't worry.
Good afternoon. My name is Andy Coughlin. This is a request to you individually, all of you, to look at the facts and policies, 19 of which are identified in the design and access statement submitted and supports the application, whereas the planning objections being offered in principle do not bear the same scrutiny, some of which are even misleading. For example, in the officer report, it says farm traffic is increased. That's incorrect, as the main and only access to the farm remains nearby as it is, and highways have no objection. The agricultural need assessor says use the holiday property. He knows this is not possible, as it was confirmed in the application by the owner that they contribute to more than half the farm's net income and viability. The design and landscape is an objection in principle, whereas the proposal is in the least disruptive area of the farm, is publicly very discreet and is ideal for direct access within the farm and Train Road, and is an ecological home with a carbon neutral footprint. This application does not significantly materially harm the AONB. In fact, it enhances its biodiversity with half an acre of wildflower meadow, increased hedgerow habitat, and does not affect the historic setting of the original farm buildings. But most significantly, it supports the long-term security of the 600-acre farm at the heart of the local AONB. It provides a truly affordable home for a fifth-generation farmer in Wembury, exactly where it is needed on the farm. Planning policies are a roadmap, which this application has fully respected. They should not be used for isolated fault finding where there is compliance. Even the planning officer's report suggests this, and I quote, "Neighbourhood amenity, the proposal would not result in the loss of residential amenity. Highways, the proposal raises no concerns with regards to the development. Drainage, it is considered that conditions would deliver an acceptable scheme. Ecology, the proposal is not considered to conflict with policy Dev 26 of the JLP. Carbon reduction, the proposal is not considered to conflict with Dev 32 and the climate emergency statement and the relevant paragraphs of the MPPF. This proposal is a unique and unrepeatable opportunity for a single low-impact, ecologically exceptional dwelling, where it matters most, on the farm. The JLP and MPPF require that a proposal conserves and enhances, which this application achieves exceptionally well, in addition to being discreet to the point of being invisible. And long-term conserves a 600-acre farm for the AONB for us all. It is not a precedent. It is desperately needed, and the net planning gain is overwhelmingly positive. It deserves to be wholeheartedly supported."
Thank you. Councillor to the panel.
Thank you. You said this building is where it's needed. Are there no barns or other shelters or other farm buildings elsewhere on the estate that where stock goes?
No, there are none.
And when we went to the site visit, the gentleman who came to show us, he was on another part of the farm, overseeing something, a delivery, I believe, of some sort. So I'm struggling to see what other operations you've got in other places. Can you explain why this is so ideally sited in terms of would the person who lives here have to drive down Train Road and round three roads to get to the other parts of the farm? If you can just explain why you think it's the best site for it.
It's at an interface between the farm and the road. The agricultural worker, we need 2 full-time workers there. That is where the other use comes in. We cannot use one of the lets because that is actually takes away from the income which is desperately needed. We want flexibility on the farm, which allows 24-hour working. At the moment, the present farmer is working 80-hour weeks, and we're trying to expand and provide for all the alternatives that the government isn't allowing. We're just having to be flexible in terms of what he does. Hence the cattle, hence the other elements and sheep. And I would say that actually it was mentioned that they're third-party sheep. They are actually part of the farm ownership.
Councillor Baldry.
Yes, thank you. This is for an agricultural workers dwelling. Mr. Smith in his presentation mentioned the fact there has not been a separate submission of the financial business plan to demonstrate this and the viability and all the sort of thing I would probably expect on an application like this. Why was that not done?
It was offered, and in fact they were invited in the application, you can read it in the application, to ask to approach we're not doing it publicly because we didn't put it in case, because it goes in as an application, it's not public knowledge, but we invited them to inspect them. The reality is that they have confirmed that, and I actually confirmed that on their behalf in my application.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. a number of the local concerns that have been raised with regard to the sort of accusation that there will be dogs kept up there for various hunting purposes. And that's something which a lot of people have raised concerns about. Could you just provide some clarity on that, please?
The dogs will remain exactly where they are. There is no intention to move them up at all. There is a perfectly good compound in the middle of the farm, and that's what we're going to use it for. And what the other building would provide is a permanent home for an on-site worker, and some seasonal workers could also stay there. And they would remain where they are. They're not going anywhere near the public.
Okay, Councillor Rowe and then Councillor Long after that.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got 2 or 3 questions actually. The first one is, why was this site chosen, and why was it not proposed to be built nearer the existing properties? The second question I would like to ask is, why did we not get a proper agriculture appraisal? And we really would like to have seen exactly if this is viable, if the holding is financially viable to support another agriculture workers dwelling. And you've mentioned about prospective dairy herd. It will obviously need buildings, milking parlour, holding units, etc., for the cows. And from personal knowledge, I know that it's pretty expensive to set up a dairy holding, to buy cows, and also given that the present price of milk is probably 10 pence a litre knocked off during the coming months, I don't think that would be a viable proposition either. So perhaps you'd like to fill me in on that, please.
Do prompt me if I don't remember each of the questions you raised. It's likely to be beef cattle. It won't be dairy because of the practicality of it. We are actually refurbing and increasing the condition of the existing barn so that it is capable of handling beef when we need it. It's capable of handling straw and other things when we need it. And there is that. So that is there. We did actually put in agricultural appraisal in with the statements, and the whole thing is there. It does state in there the viability over a number of years. The planning officer appears to have chosen to ignore that, but that is in the agricultural statement that has been submitted. In terms of the location, it's ideal because it means that the farmer can come and go or meet people from outside the farm without going onto the farm, which is an important matter for security. And he will only travel down there from a quad. No additional traffic needs to go outside and around and down. And the existing entrance for major farm machinery will go in and out exactly as it does now, not through this place at all. In fact, we're removing that gateway and building across that, so there will be no farm access. Did I miss anything?
Councillor Long.
Thank you, Chairman. If I can come back to you on a couple of points. You said comments like the position is the least disruptive on the farm, exactly where needed on the farm, discreet and invisible, and provides flexibility on the farm. Can you sort of expand or qualify? I know you sort of something similar to that has been asked, but can you sort of expand on that? Because I'm finding it difficult to see how being isolated like that and not part of it, part of the farm and close to the operations, how that squares with these comments.
You asked a few things there. Basically, the existing farm building will be used by a full-time employee. The new site is only 60 metres further away from the farm buildings themselves. So it is actually incredibly convenient. It's also very convenient for the principal farm manager to be able to be contacted without coming onto the farm. So people could enter that if they needed to. That wouldn't happen very often, but it could happen. And it means that tourists or visitors could come to that door and ask him what it is if they need to. Sorry, what was the other questions you wanted?
Basically, where you say it's least disruptive, right. You pass the comment discreet and invisible.
Yeah. In terms of the AONB, one of the images that you did have up to start with up there showed that basically a view from Wembury and further down, it is a very, very discreet site. Although it is on the edge of the AONB, it's not in the undeveloped coast, and it's not highly visible. These aren't the ones that I had. That one there is taken from the Wembury side looking up the farm. The existing buildings to the right are two-storey in effect, although the rooms are in the roof. The space to the left, immediately above the sheep pens there, is where the building is, but you can't see it from here because it's the height of the hedgerow. You can't see the hedgerow, you can't see the building. It is incredibly discreet, and it's very convenient to be able to relate to the outside and the inside part of the farm, both of them equally directly, without having to disturb the farm. At the moment, you have to drive down all through the farm, they have a lot of security cameras for that reason. So it's going to help that side of it.
Carry on.
Just one more. I'm interested, I still can't grasp where needed on the farm because it is isolated. Normally, most farm workers' dwellings are close by, very close. You're seeming to indicate that somebody would go on their quad bike across the fields and down to the operation.
Well, at the moment, all the activities are done by quad bike anyway from the existing property. This one is only 60 metres further away than the present one from the main buildings.
Chairman, there's one point of clarification I'd like. There's been some comments made about there was agricultural information for an appraisal submitted, but it wasn't taken up. And I'd like some clarification because normally with something like this, the demand would be there and the appraisal would be made on that. But there seems to be some conflict between what the officer has said and what the applicant has said.
Can I answer that? Is that for me to answer?
Graham, can you answer that?
Graham, you're on mute.
Apologies, yep. Yeah, we've looked through the file. As far as we can see, the supporting information has been submitted by the agent, who's an architect. We didn't receive an independent agricultural appraisal that's been carried out by a suitably qualified professional, and that is part of the reason why the agricultural consultant is still unable to support the proposal.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. Rules, guys. Yes, go on. I'm sorry, Julian, I missed you just.
Yeah, no, that's right. Thank you very much, Chairman. The farm dwelling at the moment, has that got an agricultural tie on it?
Yes.
It does have an agricultural tie on it. Okay. That's really all I wanted to ask. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Panel?
Sorry to come back. I think you said that
we're not in the debate.
No, I'm going to ask a question.
Right, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm sorry to come back with another question, but I think you said there are plans to renovate or refurbish an existing barn.
That is ongoing at the moment, and the reason for that is to cope with the uncertainties by the government's directive. By renovating this existing barn, it's an existing space, it's been in use, it's just been run down. There is a new one being replacing it at the moment.
Can I ask where that is on the site?
It's where the existing barn is at the moment.
When I asked you earlier what other barns or farm buildings there were, you at the start of the you said there were none.
Can I apologise? That basically you said there are, in the context of where else you could live, I was being quite clear on that. There is not another place to live. There are existing barns on the site which are being renovated to give us wider appeal and wider use.
Yes,
I can show, if I had a...
I'm sorry, but yeah, I did ask. I asked about the site, and then I also asked about what existing barns or farm buildings.
I'm sorry, the barns are there, and they are being renovated.
Thank you.
Right, any more questions? Yeah, Councillor Hodson.
Thank you. Yeah, two questions. You heard me earlier ask about the site plan that we were handed out on Monday at the site visit, which indicated some kind of animal welfare recreational area around the land, on the land surrounding the new application. My second question is, who's going to live in the house that the current applicant lives in at the moment, if he's going to move to this one? If that's also, you can't live in two places at the same time.
The need is for another full-time employee, and that employee would live in the existing one and also offer seasonal cover for additional people. The present estate manager would live in the new house, which he would own and run, and he would build. It's an opportunity for him to build it and be an affordable dwelling. So the additional person would live full-time in the existing Tide cottage.
My first question, which was regarding the animal welfare area.
Okay, the animal welfare area is actually the wildflower meadow area, which in fact, when there are animals that need, just ordinary animals, sheep or cattle, that need to be watched, or now they would be brought up there on occasion just to be watched, so they were closer to the building.
Any further questions? No. Right. Thank you very much, sir. Right, members, we now move on to. Oh, blimey! Oh, sorry. Yes, Councillor Stunt. Would you like to do your 3 minutes? Are you there? Yeah. Can you? Yeah, I can. I can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can, thank you. Yes.
Right. Okay.
I would like to focus on a couple of issues. The main one is that with the condition of agriculture in this country, and particularly with institutional landowners moving farmers off land so they can do other things with it, which makes more money. I think the increase in agricultural activity on this small farm is a very important issue for the local community. I also think that it's necessary to keep the farm viable, and if you did not keep the farm viable, then the possibility is that the land, as was happened recently to a farm just outside the South Hams boundary near Bovisand, the farm has been turned into a housing estate. I argue that this young man works very hard. He needs an extra body to work with him to look after the beef cattle, and I think that this building is justified on that alone. The final point is that the planning officer does seem to have compiled a long list of things that could possibly be against it, but without any sustenance or justification for them. It's full of conjecture. I would urge you to look carefully at this application, and in the interests of farming generally and an innovative building with a good ecological characteristics, I think you should give this young man an opportunity to extend his farm and keep it going. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody got any questions? Yeah, Councillor Baldry.
Thank you. In the papers it shows Parish Council no objection. What I was hearing from you then was move from no objection to support.
Did you hear the question?
I did. That's true that we had no objection because that was what the vote what was on offer. I'm trying to, as my contribution to this debate, I'm trying to suggest that you should support it in addition to having no objection.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, Chairman. If I just may ask, would the Parish Council accept that holiday letting and game shooting and bird rearing is not an agricultural activity, as in the terms? So therefore, maybe that can't be considered as part of the agricultural usage of this land?
Well, I thought Mr. Coglan had actually answered that the shoot and so on were part of the relevant income, the necessary income. But as this application is to try and increase the agricultural use of it, principally, then I don't see where the question is.
I'm sorry, but I've got a question for you. And it's more of a technical one. The Parish Council has written into us and said they have no objection. It's obvious that you have put more than that. Have you the authority to do that on behalf of the Parish Council?
No, in that case, I withdraw that. I was simply arguing personally that I think this is an application that to be supported, but I would continue to support the general parish council vote that there's no objection.
Yeah, I'm sorry I had to ask you that, but the legal advice I've got, I had to ask you that question, okay? Just to, well, for your own benefit more than anything, actually. Okay. Any other questions of the parish councillor? No, right. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Right, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. In addition to being ward member, I am also chair of Wembury Parish Council, so I wish to confirm that the representation and comment from the parish council is no objection. Obviously, the comments the councillor Stansel were making were also of his own volition, so to provide clarity on that. In addition to that, I don't vote on planning applications. Just to clarify it, I don't vote on planning applications but when they are put to the parish council. So I have not yet voted on this, and suggested an opinion. Either way, I've simply called this to committee. Which brings you on to the reason I've called this to committee is that I do feel it's fairly finely balanced in my view, and I myself was struggling to make up my mind on this, and that's why I've brought it towards you, to you. The view within the local parish, as has been said, that the parish council's view was no objection. There were, to be fair, and as you will see from the report, there have been a number of local objections to this application. Indeed, there's also been a number of local people commenting in favour of it, and that was actually that was represented at the parish council meeting, where there was people speaking both in favour and against this application. Like I said, I think it's finely balanced, and there are a number of sort of competing factors in this for me to consider. I'm aware that I'm still making representations as ward member and not in a debate now, just to clarify. It is in the AONB, which means that we must require the highest standard of building. It doesn't mean you can't build in the AONB, otherwise we'd never get anywhere. I think that the applicant has made a very impassioned representation on this, and indeed has the objector who clearly lives both by. I do think it's important to consider that this is outside of the undeveloped coast designation, which I do think makes an impact here. And I'm sympathetic to the suggestion that an agricultural need is there for this. But the reason why I've brought this before the committee is that I want to hear what the views of the committee are, and like I said, I'm very much undecided myself at this point, so I will stop at that point making my representations of board member and leave it to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. So we'll now, I was trying to rush it just now, we will now move into the debate. So who's going to start off on this one? Have another pregnant pause again, are we? Right, Councillor Rowe.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I think we've heard the officer's report. We've got information missing that we would really like to have seen. Whether it's been submitted, we haven't seen it, or it wasn't submitted. That's neither here nor there at present, because we can't read what we haven't seen. However, this proposed dwelling is in open countryside. It's in the AONB, and to be honest, if they wanted to have another unit, I feel that they should have had it nearer to where the other farm enterprises are. That I think the agent said that it's only, I don't know if he said 30 metres or 60 metres, but we walked a hell of a long way across that field, and it was a lot further than 30 or even 60 metres, I would have thought. And I just feel that there is no justification for building this on the site as proposed. It would have been better if it was down near the farmyard. They've got 3 holiday lets there. Well, if they need another dwelling or a home within their holding, they could use one of those lets. It's all very well to say, well, that's supplementing their income, but that tells me that the farm's not viable on its own. And if you have to do separate things, there's a talk of 100 cows, which we now find are beef cows. Well, if you're doing a beef unit, that's quite expensive to run as well, and it's got to be set up. And there's buildings down there. Well, maybe there was a barn that could have been converted to a use for a dwelling to live in. I don't know, because we didn't actually go to the main farmyard, but I would move with the officer's recommendation of refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Councillor Panel.
Sorry, I missed the last word. Are you moving?
Refusal, yes, Chair.
I'll second that. I think, to be fair to the applicant, I think what he said was that this site is 60 metres further away from the farm than the existing workers' tied property. Yeah, not 60 metres away from the farm. I think that that confused me at first, but I think that's where we are with that. And for the reasons that Councillor Rowe has said, I think following the advice, I always take the advice of our agricultural consultants very seriously, and I think we should give that due weight. With that in mind, the fact that it's in the OMB, the objections on the siting of this, as Councillor Rowe has said, I think there are more suitable locations if a need for this sort type of dwelling could be established. I think there are better sites for that, and the impact it's going to have on the landscape. I'll second refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Panel. Councillor Hodgson, and then Councillor Long.
Thank you, Chair. As many members of this committee will be aware, I try wherever possible to support our rural community and advancement of rural communities, particularly with particularly younger farmers, because there's a shortage of them. The average age of a farmer is generally in the 60s, I think. And I think it's really important that we do try to support the rural economy and the rural development. But it feels to me like this is not quite one of those. It feels to me like a lack of authenticity in this. And I think that, you know, if it was for this reason stated, I would expect to see that the farm building that's already there would perhaps be extended or built next to, so that you'd have that continued sense of where the centre of the farm is, where the operations are, and that's where it's working out of. This application could easily just be switched in some years' time to kind of, oh, we're just going to sell it onto the open market. So it is vulnerable to that. And the lack of a response from the AONB, whether they were asked or not, I don't know, but we don't have an AONB comment. And, you know, this is, you know, we do have to protect the AONB. It's a really important part of our landscape heritage. And that is a fairly exposed site. To that whole side, it's going to affect quite dramatically. And it just feels to me that we may see, you know, or somehow through the, you know, the ways that this system works of planning, that we could see a viability reassessment in the next couple of years, which say, oh, actually, sorry, cows aren't us anymore. We're going to just extend the shooting. Now, I actually personally don't like shooting, but that's not part of my view on this. It's really that is not an agricultural purpose. So we could see that the extension of the non-agricultural purposes of this, and that this becomes yet more holiday accommodation to facilitate the shoot. I don't know, but it just seems very. There's a lot of wobbles in this that I don't think answer, and I think that's probably one of the reasons that the officer has suggested that we should refuse, and I certainly will be supporting that view as well, unfortunately.
Mr. Wyman, do you want to come in before Councillor Long?
Only just to clarify, I would not expect to have a comment from the AONB unit on an application for a single dwelling. They simply don't have the capacity at the moment to respond on that scale of development, and they're focusing on the larger scale. So I'm not surprised, but just to put it into context, it's not something they should have done. They haven't. It's something that I wouldn't expect them to do.
It was just added on to that is the fact that the landscape officer raised some concerns with the previous application, which was for a non-agricultural type building on the same site. This has come through with essentially the same, but with that agricultural tie put onto it. But there's nothing in the landscape, you know, proposals to indicate that it's actually going to protect the landscape will be protected by this development, and none that I could see anyway.
Councillor Long.
Thank you, Chairman. A lot of what I was going to say, Councillor Hodgson has said already. I have the greatest sympathy for young people trying to remain in farming. I have greatest sympathy for, you know, trying to keep the viability of farms. It is a struggle, but this application is vague in so many areas. I would have expected to have seen, you know, the agricultural justification to have been solid for this. I think there's too many, I think the description sort of wobbles in this. It is too vague. I think there are other areas and other elements that are said, you know, if it had come up closer to the existing operation or adjoining, might have had more sympathy with it. I'm afraid I can't support this. It is too vague. There's not sufficient there that I can actually even sort of give it an element of support. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. My suggestion on this was going to be to suggest potentially deferring the application to allow the applicant to come forward with greater information. However, I realise what we're discussing now is whether or not is the proposer and seconder to refuse it. I would not be able to support the officer's recommendation on this, so we'll be voting against refusal.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? I don't normally have a lot to say from the chair, but I will say this. I think this committee over the past 4 years has supported young farmers very much for housing in the right place, encouraged them to develop their businesses and everything else. And there's no one in this room who's done more than that than me. But in this particular case, it has been stated, it's the vagueness. And I fully understand, believe you me, being a farmer, how to diversify myself. I know the reasons for diversifying and everything else. But there's too many things that are going to be done that are not being done. If you had 100 herd of suckler cows there being looked after and required more, that would be different. But it's all aspirations rather than actual saying that. So I will be also voting with the officer's recommendation. And it saddens me because I know that there are a lot of young farmers desperate to get on the ladder, but in this particular occasion, I can't support this. Normally I would do everything I could to do it, but not on this occasion. Anybody else got anything to say? Right, so we can go to vote then. And we've had a proposer and a seconder for the officer's recommendation of refusal. Sorry, brain went dead. Of refusal of this application. So all those in favour of refusal. Okay. There's no abstentions. So that application has been refused. Thank you. Mr. Weimer, I think it would be pushing it a bit tight to do your piece now, or do you think you can manage it? Right, if you're happy to do it, let's do it. I mean, you know, it makes... Yeah.
Yeah, I just need to get... bear with me 1 second.
Everybody, please, are we online still, or are we off? We're online. Members, please. Mr. Weimer.
Okay, there's two appeals. Mike would help. There are two appeals to bring to your attention. The first one is at, well, was it Hillside, Newton Hill at Newton Ferrers. and I've got the plan up that it was for. It was for the second floor roof lantern to the flat roof of the rear of the property. And you can just see on the middle image the roof lantern, and on the right-hand image what it looked like from the back. The main issue was the impact of the pros on the character and appearance of the conservation area, A and B, and Heritage Coast. There's just 3 paragraphs from the Inspector's Appeal decision that as soon as you get to the end of number 3, you can kind of guess where it's going. So the Inspector noted that there is a large existing flat roof at the rear of the dwelling. There is no dispute that it does not make a positive contribution to the character and appearance of the conservation area. However, due to its muted colour and position to the rear, it is somewhat discreet. The proposed lantern that would be erected on top of the existing flat roof, and although it would be to the rear and slightly lower than the ridge line, would nevertheless be a large elevated addition to the roofscape of the host building. Due to its scale and form, it would accentuate the bulk and incongruity of the existing flat roof, would detract from the historic context and traditional design in the conservation area. Furthermore, the lantern would appear visibly jarring in an elevated position against the backdrop of the pitched roofs. I don't think I needed to go much further in the appeal decision to guess which way it was going. But I observed that the proposed changes would be clearly visible from Riverside Road West, and notably from positions between Rose Cottage and Drake, and thus capable of harming the character and appearance of the wider conservation area. So that was effectively refused for that reason. The second one I think is more of an interesting one, and it was an application for a dwelling on the outskirts of Lodge Lane at Brixton. The site is here. If you can see where the cursor is. Oh, yeah. So there is already, I'm sure Councillor Brown can correct me if wrong, there are 2 relatively new dwellings immediately adjacent to it. And then another 2 which I think are relatively new down the bottom. The inspector dismissed the appeal. The main issue was whether the proposal would constitute an acceptable form of development on a site outside the settlement as defined in the neighbourhood plan. I think the inspector did a good job of characterising the site, considered how the site relates to the nearest settlement. In doing so, applied SPT 1, 2, TTV 1, TTV 26, and the relevant neighbourhood plan policy that deals with proposals in the countryside beyond the adopted settlement boundary, if adopted is the right word, but beyond the settlement boundary as defined in the neighbourhood plan, and concluded that the proposal is not a sustainable location, is therefore in conflict with the policies. I do wonder whether the result would have been the same if it hadn't been for a boundary defined in the neighbourhood plan, because I think there'd be some members here who would look at it going, well, actually, it's close to existing new development. It's close to the edge of the settlement. Actually, we think it probably is a sustainable location. But whether you would, in the light of the neighbourhood plan policy setting it outside the settlement boundary, I think you probably wouldn't. But I think it's just I think that's an interesting decision. And if you'd like to read that one, it's in the papers. It's 1844 of 21. But it's a very well worded, easy to follow inspector's decision on how to deal with applications that are very close to, but outside of a settlement boundary. They're the only 2 with decisions this time, Chair. Happy to answer questions on either of those.
I'll just make a point. Councillor Hodgson was asking me earlier on about neighbourhood plans being mentioned, and this is where one is really, which is good. This is worth pointing out.
There's absolutely. I mean, I think probably for the last 3 committees, I think I've been reporting appeal decisions where neighbourhood plans haven't necessarily been key, but have been absolutely inspectors giving them the same weight as they should as the joint local plan. So things like primary residency condition, settlement boundary, and that's the key one for us, really, isn't it? Primary residency, settlement boundaries, they are certainly making a difference. Primary residency, in particular, is making a difference, and the more that local plans, the more that neighbourhood plans come forward, the more issues like that are really important to that local community will have almost have a voice and have to be taken on into account, because they are the same weight as the joint local plan.
Sorry, the point I was making earlier on really was more about our own officers' reports giving the weighting, because it's one thing for us to bring it up, or that the town or parish council brings it up, but I think in terms of how it appears, I mean, I know it's always mentioned, I mean, I'm not knocking our officers for that, but I just wonder whether there's a sort of a regard for that relevant weight when we're actually to be, given to us as the sort of, the document that is really fundamental to the starting point of this decision from this committee. Because I think it feels like the town or parish councillor has to come along and give that. And I think sometimes, to be fair, often they're not directly that involved in their neighbourhood plan. They might have to stand over it, but they're not necessarily so full on it. And I think really our officers are very understanding of that weight and elements, and certainly things when it comes to local design. I think often that's something that's quite it's not always caught, I don't think.
I'm going to agree and disagree with you at the same time. I do believe that all of the officers are fully aware of the weight given to neighbourhood plans. I think where there is, excuse me, where there becomes dispute, and that we've seen that a couple of times in committee, is where the neighbourhood plan policy doesn't necessarily say word for word what the locals think. So if you've got a policy that says inappropriate design will not be supported, or a generic term like that, and the officers look at it and go, actually, we're happy with the design, and in our view, it doesn't conflict with the neighbourhood plan because we're happy with the design. But understandably, in some circumstances, you have either local residents or the parish council saying, well, of course it doesn't comply with the neighbourhood plan because we don't think the design is appropriate. So it's not really around us not taking into account and giving the weight of the neighbourhood plan policy. It's whether we believe that specific design is acceptable or not. So both sides could be right, because if members feel the design is inappropriate, then you'd be saying, yes, it conflicts with policy. In the same way, you'd be saying it conflicts with Dev 10 or Dev 20 from the examples earlier on. And we're saying, well, actually, we think the design's okay, therefore it complies with the policy. So you can have two opposite views that could both be correct. So I'll bear it in mind when I'm looking through reports, but I'm not aware of a situation where I've gone back and said, you haven't taken into account the neighbourhood plan, because it's been drummed in quite significant over a number of years now that neighbourhood plans have the same weight as the joint local plan or the minerals and waste.
So we're back to interpretation.
I think where we've had the biggest differences of opinion, I think it is around. It's not so much interpretation of the policy; it's more about interpretation of, is that design acceptable? I'll use the first one this morning. Officers felt it was acceptable. Committee felt it wasn't. Therefore, the reason for refusal is going to say it doesn't comply with SALC B1, whereas we were saying it did comply because we felt the design, we felt it was the impact was acceptable. So it's how you consider a specific application complies with that policy. If any members have got examples where you think officers haven't given full weight to neighbourhood plans, please let me know, because that's something we need to take it up in a training issue.
Not today. Okay, shall we move on?
I think Councillor Brown had a question.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, beg your pardon.
I was just going to say, Chairman, that I appreciate the point that Councillor Hodgson is making regarding the ability of parish councillors to come here and talk about the neighbourhood plan. Fortunately, the example of Brixton, the chair of Brixton Parish Council is Lady well known to many of us, and who pretty much led the neighbourhood plan and could literally sit there and quote chapter and verse about every single policy. So that's maybe why we're in the fortunate situation in Brixton.
Right. Sorry, you're absolutely right. Quite often, it takes so long to do a neighbourhood plan. I suspect a lot of people who are involved in the neighbourhood plans become weary, perhaps, and once it's done and finished, they just need to take a break, and then it does then almost fall back on parish councillors who perhaps didn't have such an involvement in the drafting and delivery of the plan, and inevitably they won't have that level of detailed knowledge that the people who are doing the plan have got. I absolutely agree with that point.
Okay, shall we move on to the undetermined majors? If nobody's got, I have the second one down, Pat. It's been dealt with. I've signed that off.
No, I haven't got the report information.
Right. Yeah, that's
Is that Frogmore?
yeah, it's Frogmore.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so we take that off. Councillor Baldry?
Yeah, briefly, Mr. Weimer, just the two in my patch, or 2 out of the 3 in my patch. I don't understand why the delay is on the Holberton and Churchill. It's been approved, delegated, and it's been going on an awfully long time. And the other one is the Collerton one. Again, if you know why that is being delayed, talk to me outside or privately and see if anything I can do to expedite it.
I'm anticipating Collerton to be issued very soon. There have been some discussions around on both parties around the legal agreement. That is just about, my understanding, it's just about to be signed. So I anticipate that going relatively swiftly. I would need to speak to the officer on Churchill. My understanding is we're still awaiting a signed 106 agreement from the applicants. We're still 106, isn't it? Yeah, unilateral. Which is a unilateral undertaking. So
I mean, if there's a problem I can help with sometime in the next 4 weeks, because I won't be around in 4 weeks' time, let me know. The applicant's Fleet Estate, and I'm on reasonably good terms.
Can we rephrase that to a councillor in 4 weeks' time rather than won't be around in 4 weeks? But I'll speak to the case officer and come back to you.
Any more for any more? No, everybody happy?
You like we are.
Right. In that case, then I will declare the meeting closed until 2 p.m. And if Steve would like to turn the thing off.
Yeah, no.
I just did the, I did, you came in just after I did the ones up to lunch.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. No, it's all right. Right, okay. Afternoon, everybody. Members, welcome back for this afternoon session, and members of the public. I'll just briefly go through the very brief bits. Not expecting the fire alarm to go off, but if we do, out of either of those doors, out the main door and out in the car park as far as you can get. The toilets are out this door on the left, and there's water out on that side. Unless you're registered to speak, you can't. I hope everybody's got their mobile phones on silent, at least. And that basically covers all that. We did all the minutes and everything this morning. So I'm going to move on to declarations of interest. Councillor Brazil.
Yes, sir. I'd like to declare a personal interest on application 423422 ARM. I play cricket with the applicant. Well, try to, anyway.
Really good.
I nearly made a comment.
Yeah. And also the speaker is chairman of governors at Kingsbridge Community College, and I'm a governor as well, so I know him through that. I should also add, I mean, if I counted myself out for people that I know that I play cricket with, euchre and cricket and darts with, I wouldn't be able to speak on any applications in my patch. So, yeah. So.
Yeah, I'm well aware of your situation. It's a little bit like me as a farmer, knowing the farming family in the area. Both families have been there for a long time, but we don't do any business. It's just personal. So that's all you really need to declare. But yeah, social side. Yes, I won't make any more comments about your cricket. Okay, we'll move on to the next application. If there's no more, sorry, Mr. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I'm like Councillor Brazil. I'm not a multiple sportsman, but I do represent the council on the AOMB, so that's my.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Anybody else for any declarations? No. Right. Okay. So we'll move on to application at West Prowl Farm, East Portsmouth, which is 423422 ARM. Bryony, would you like to present us with the application, please?
Okay. So this one is a reserve matters for an agricultural workers dwelling. So the principle has been established under 106720 OPA. So that's not in dispute as part of this application. So the site is located in the open countryside, exactly as you'd expect for an agricultural workers dwelling, and next to an existing agricultural shed. You can't see that on the plans here, but it is there. You'll see it on the photos in a minute. So you can see from the aerial view the existing agricultural building at the end of the track in the middle of the image. The site location plan just shows you here where the dwelling will be sited relative to the existing building. This is the view south from the public highway across the very top of the site. So if you look through the closed gate, you can see the agricultural shed, just the top of it. And this is the view south from the access track into the existing farm. So the dwelling itself will be located to the left of the image, so behind those gates that you can see, and quite deep into the site. And this is the view west, so this is where the dwelling will face, so it will look out over these little ponds with a long view out to sea. So the block plan shows you the house, obviously that's the bigger of the two blocks, and then there is a double garage just to the side. This shows the ground floor plan, so exactly as you'd expect for an agricultural workers dwelling, there's a porch and an office space to serve the farm. It's reverse living, so obviously bedrooms on the ground floor and then living space at the first floor level with a large deck. And these are the elevations. So it's partially sunk into the surrounding land. But obviously you can see from the faint line here on the south elevation how it will sit relative to ground levels. This is the proposed garage, just to show you they've got some space for a plant room and a bit of storage and a workshop. Now, we are completely happy with the idea of an agricultural workers dwelling. That's been established and is not in dispute. It's the footprint of the dwelling has not been linked to the functional need of the holding. And on that basis, we consider it's unlikely to be affordable in perpetuity for any future agricultural workers. And we think the scale and design of the dwelling would render it incongruous within the landscape, which is particularly tranquil and undisturbed given its remote location. So the proposal is contrary to adopted policy, and on that basis it's recommended for refusal.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the officer? No?
Pete. Yes. Has there been discussion? Has there been any discussions with the applicant about reducing size, or?
I did have some discussion through the local ward member, but unfortunately we weren't able to reach a mutually acceptable compromise.
Anybody else? Yes, Councillor Long.
I've looked at the plans. Can you remind me of the scale in ridge height of the proposed dwelling with the barn and the distance? Couldn't scale out the distance between the dwelling and the barn.
So there isn't a section that compares the dwelling with the barn. I think in terms of distance, so if I zoom in on this slide, because it has to be close to the agricultural building, in terms of the distance between the dwelling and the agricultural barn, we're quite happy.
Yep.
And in terms of ridge height, it's not specifically a ridge height issue, if that makes sense.
And it is set into the ground anyway, slightly.
A little bit, yes.
Go back to that section.
Okay.
Councillor Long, if you look at the south elevation, it looks like it's set into the ground almost to sort of like 2/3, 3/4 up the height of the ground floor window, so not an insignificant amount, I would suggest.
Any other questions? Is it down to the actual footprint size-wise? How much bigger is it than what you would expect of the situation?
So broadly, on other applications for farm workers' dwellings, we've accepted up to about 175 square metres. And this one, as proposed, is 277 square metres with a 70 square metre garage. So we do obviously expect that a farm workers' dwelling would have an office, and that's sort of included in the floor space calculations up to about 175 square metres. But it's the extra hasn't been related to the needs of the holding. So just to give you a sort of a standard comparison, for the nationally described space standards for any 4-bed dwelling, so it's not related to agriculture, a 4-bed, sort of 4 double-bedroom dwelling, that would have 124 square metres of floor space.
Does that take into consideration a dirty room and that sort of thing?
No, so this is just to give you some context. So if you start with 124 square metres, so that's a standard residential 4-bed dwelling, and then you add some space, exactly as you've said, for an office and a utility room, that takes you to our broad rule of thumb of 175 square metres. So what we're querying is the additional over and above up to 277 square metres. Does that make sense? It's a lot of maths, I'm sorry.
No, I can take that in. That's no problem at all. Yeah. Councillor Hodgson.
Just picking up on that point and maybe asking a little bit more about it. That basically means you've got 2 floors about 6 metres by 10 metres for about 120. So that means you're upstairs, which if it's meant to be 4 bedrooms plus presumably a bathroom, squeezed into 6 metres by 10 metres. I mean, these are some of the houses we go to see that you haven't even got room for a wardrobe in the room. And that's not your, you know.
Yeah, so we would start with the nationally described space standard. That's kind of, we're bound by that as a council. And then for agricultural workers' dwellings, we would expect a little bit of extra space for, exactly as Councillor Foss had said, you know, the office and the dirty room and the porch to leave your muddy boots. So, you know, that's how we end up at around 175 square metres. It's just the additional space in this instance.
Thank you.
Any more for any more? No, if not, well, anyway, during the debate, we can always go back to Bryony anyway. Okay, so we don't have an objector, so next up is Stephen Tucker.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Stephen Tucker and I farm in partnership with my wife Linda and my son John at Westbrook Farm. We own 430 acres, rent a further 120 acres from a neighbour and rent 160 acres of cliffland which we graze and manage in partnership with the National Trust to try and increase the biodiversity of the Southwest Coast Path. My family have been farming in East Prawle and East Portlemouth for 150 years and living in the parishes since the 1700s. As a family, we have been at the heart of the local community for generations, serving as parish councillors, church wardens, community hall trustees, Prawle Fair committee members. John plays rugby for Kingsbridge and is club captain for East Prawle Cricket Club. I've served as parish councillor for 16 years and as a school governor at Kingsbridge Community College for over 20 years, where I'm currently chair of governors. As well as sheep and arable, the main farming business is centred around our herd of 150 pedigree South Devon cows. The Providence herd, founded in 2012, is rapidly gaining status within the pedigree world. John is the vice chair of the South Devon Cattle Breeders Club and represents Devon on the National Council of the Breed Society. John left Kingsbridge Community College in 2010 and did 4 years at Harper Adams Agricultural University, including a year on a beef feedlot in Kansas. He then returned home to work with me and is since becoming a partner in the business in 2018. He's taken control of all the cattle management, breeding strategy, and has also discovered a keen interest in showing cattle. Last summer, John and his family showed at the Royal Cornwall, the Devon County and Yampton shows, where he achieved overall Supreme Champion Animal. John has a wife and 3 children, aged 5, 3 and 3 months. The elder 2 are already obsessed with farming, especially at showtime, calving, lambing and combining. Situated 30 metres from the farm buildings, the proposed development for a 4-bedroom house does not seem excessive for a family of 5. As we know too well, it is not just a family home, but the centre of the business, constantly filled with vets, agronomists, sheep shearers, inspectors, auditors, salesmen of every description that are part of the day-to-day operating of a business of this size. It is environmentally sustainable with ground source heating and solar panel and finished in stone from the farm and natural slate, and I think it would enhance the farmyard setting.
Thank you. Members, have you got any questions? No? Okay. Right. Right, thank you very much, Steve. Right, thank you. We don't have a parish council rep, so we're going on to ward member, Councillor Brazil.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I brought this to committee because, whereas I appreciate that we don't want to allow large houses to be built willy-nilly across the district, there is the argument about this is about the size, and that's really all there is about it. Is officers are saying it's too big, and personally, I think for a working family, young farmer with, and see the children here today, that a 3 or 4 bedroom house is absolutely what's required for this family. We're very lucky in Poole. We have a number of farming families and a number of younger generation coming through. So in our village, it's not just full of elderly people and retirees. We have those, but we also have lots of young people, partly because they're all, they work within the agricultural industry. And I think it's really important to keep that mix of generations within within our communities. I'd also say that I think that that one thing about places like Poole and members that represent other local areas will understand that it's not just about the family, it's about the extended family. For example, I know that the Tuckers' grandparents and great-grandparents lived in the family home until they were 100, looked after by generations of younger families. So it serves as a hub for their family and a hub for the community. So I think that it may look like it's big and excessive in size as laid down by the planning regulations, but I think in this particular case it's absolutely justified. And I think that there's already a big agricultural barn there, so it's closely associated with that. It's obviously clearly something to do with the farm. I do understand when officers say that they're worried that in the future it may be deemed that this is not affordable for a agricultural worker. Personally, I think that's a fault that we should rectify within our planning documents and say that if something's got an agricultural tie, it's there to stay unless there are absolutely exceptional circumstances. When people say it's not affordable, what they mean is it's been priced too high. Of course, anything's affordable, it's just what you price it at. And if it's an agricultural tie and it means that the price is a lot lower, then you'd have to lower the price. And so I think it should be that's where we should bend, not on the fact that they can't sell it for a lot of money, therefore it's no longer an agricultural. The agricultural tie should take precedence over everything. We've lost lots of agricultural ties in this district, not because they couldn't be afforded, but because people have lived in them for 10 years and said then they haven't been involved in the agricultural industry. So I'd suggest that there are issues about the agricultural ties, but this should not be used as an excuse not to allow this particular application. I'll end it there, Chairman. I will come back. There's a few other comments I'd like to make during the debate, but I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Brazil. So in that case, we will now enter the debate on this.
If no one wants to speak, I'll come back in, Chairman. And I'd ask members of this committee to cast their minds back to last month's committee when we discussed building a house in West Buckland, which was deemed acceptable because it was meeting housing need for a 3-bedroom house. The yardage of that, the square meterage of that house was 290 square meters, and officers recommended approval for that and said that was okay and that met housing need within West Buckland. Now, I'm not. I abstained on that one, if I'm fair to say. But look, what I am saying is that we have planning policies that allow that to happen, but don't allow a young farming family to have a large house next to their barns, and there's something wrong with our planning policies. And I think we seriously need to look at that. I think the inconsistencies is very hard to explain to residents in the South Hams that you're allowing somebody, a property speculator, to build an incredibly large house in an area, but at the same time, you're not allowing a young working farming family to have a house, their own farmhouse. So I put that out there, and I think that's something that we, as a council, need to address. And I'm not saying that we should break all the rules because of one or the other, but I'm just saying that is an anomaly within our planning system that seems to have been allowed.
Anyway, I've made the points as to why I think this should be allowed, and I would move approval, which is against officer recommendation, and I accept that we will need to put conditions that will tie this as an agricultural tie to the farmstead or the farm acreage as tightly as possible, because I do agree the last thing that I want to see is in the future that somehow this would become an open market house, which I would be totally opposed to. Thank you. So I will move approval, which is against officer recommendation.
Thank you for that. I'm bound to ask now, is anybody going to second? Sorry, who was that? Dan? Okay. Right, so we'll debate that before we actually go to any vote on that. Councillor Hodgson?
No, I was planning to speak. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, if you'll permit me, Chairman.
Well, Mike, yes.
Thank you very much. Yes, I don't really get bound up in sentiment, to be honest, because it's about a policy. But I appreciate the arguments that Councillor Brazil is making. And I think that this comes down to a planning judgment. And though I haven't visited this site myself, I can see the plans before us and get a feel for the area given the photos that have been shown to us today. And particularly with the second reason for refusal, the proposal would read as an incongruous addition to the landscape to the detriment of local landscape character, etc., etc. I mean, that's reasonable, but I believe as councillors we are entitled to arrive at a different conclusion should we feel that's the case. And so in this circumstance, given the arguments that have been made and what I see before me in the plans, I would argue personally that I would disagree with certainly the second element of the reason for refusal. So I would say that this is I would disagree that this is incongruous on the landscape. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go Councillor Hodgson first, and then Councillor Rowe, and then Councillor Long. Okay, in that order.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'm happy to support going against officer recommendation on this, because as somebody who has a small holding, I mean, in the last month, you go out and you don't just come in with wet boots, you come in soaked, and you need somewhere to hang out a lot of awfully wet, very muddy clothes. And that's just if you're planting trees, let alone anything else that you might be doing around sheep or whatever. So I think, we need to really respect, and as was pointed out, that by Councillor Brazil, if we can allow somebody with a regular kind of ordinary accommodation house, a much larger premises, and we just think is justified, then I would suggest that this is more than justified, because actually you do need that more space. And often farmhouses, as many of us would know, are more than just like the family home. They're actually often the extended family home. So you've got people are kind of coming in and out because that's where they're using it as a base, has been said by the applicant, in terms of vets and goodness knows who all coming in and out. And that's why I raised it earlier. I was quite surprised at what it really comes down to. What is, the sizing that's naturally needed. And I think that this is something that we should allow. The other point I just wanted to raise was they are putting, they've got sort of various sustainability measures on this property. And in the design, I just had a quick look at the designs of the internal structure. There's some nice big hall space, and upstairs as well. If you've got sort of more sort of like passive housing systems going through, you need more of those open spaces for the ventilation systems to work, to allow the heating to travel around the house. It's not just a question of a hot radiator in every room, it can be more than that. So I think there's that to bear in mind as well. And I know we've raised this before, that sometimes you need a higher ridge height, for example. I went to the site meeting on this, and I feel quite satisfied that this is actually going to be quite well, quite discreet in the landscape. There's a massive barn very close by, so it's not going to look huge compared to anything else. So I'm just raising that. Thank you. We walked past it.
Right, Councillor Rowe.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm not quite sure if Councillor Brazil did mention about an agricultural tie-in clause on this property. Is that
absolutely
as far as is yes or not yet?
Well, they wouldn't, because they're recommending refusal. It's not part of the conditions. But if we are, I would say that it needs to be as tight as possible.
Yes, yeah.
If for an agricultural tie on this.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Thank you.
Before I go to Councillor Long, Mr. Weimer.
Councillors, this is a reserved matters application. The agricultural tie is already on the outline consent. So anything that restricts occupation or goes to the heart of the consent, has to be on the outline consent. So that is already in place. You wouldn't be able to put you don't. There's no necessity to reimpose it on the reserve matters. The only other thing I would like to just say is I don't think you're comparing like for like with this one and the one at Buckland, because the one at Buckland was policy compliant because it was in or adjacent to a settlement. So I understand what you're saying, but I don't think we're quite comparing like with like on that in that particular example.
Councillor Long.
Thank you, Chairman. I've been here before, I think twice in my ward for similar. We don't have a policy for agricultural and rural workers' dwellings. Perhaps we should have a supplementary planning document. We should have something to sort of tie it down and to be more realistic about what is needed in this day and age for growing families. And I can, I think I would have jumped in ahead of Councillor Brazil, but I was making some notes, so you've stolen half the notes I was writing anyway. But I will be supporting the proposal for to accept this application because it is what is needed. I think there is the justification there. The size, really, I think we need to look at them all on their merits. It's modest in style and architecture as well. It's not a massive glass box, which we've seen in so many places. It will fit. So, Chairman, I'm fully in support of the proposal by Councillor Brazil.
Okay, Councillor Taylor and then Councillor Spencer. Is that the right way round?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much. I got concerns about this, to be honest, because it wasn't too many months ago when we turned down a very similar application near Kingsbridge for exactly the same application type that we're looking at now. And I get concerned about inconsistencies, to be honest, and I've said this before, but that would prove us to be very inconsistent. Thank you.
Councillor Spencer?
I apologise to my colleagues around the table if this has already been answered, perhaps at previous meetings, but I'm intrigued to understand in a little more detail who defined 124 square metres as an acceptable level for a four-bedroom property, and then including the office 175, and this one's 277, which I get that. But where do all these numbers come from? And secondly, Mr. Weimer said that the comparison with the property that Julian has alluded to elsewhere is not comparable, it's not like for like. Can I understand why that is not like for like? Because it does seem to me to be a comparison that's worth making, but I might be wrong and I'm happy to be proved wrong.
I'll try and do it in the order you've asked the question. So the 124 comes from nationally prescribed minimum space standards for dwellings. So if it's below that, we can actually say no, it's not big enough. So that's where the minimum prescribed space standards for a 4-bed house is 124. So that's nationally prescribed across England and Wales. The 175 figure came from if I go back, I say historically, certainly when I started, whatever it was, 30 years ago, there was guidance there was national guidance on what the scale of an agricultural dwelling should be, and it was it's anywhere between 140 and 180. That's gone, but this authorities I've been here have generally approved agricultural workers' dwellings up to about 175 square metres. So the 175 is, from Councillor Taylor's point, is consistent with other approvals that either officers have made or have come to this committee to be made. So that's where the 175 has come from, because we've clearly accepted that level in the past for 3-4 bedroom agricultural workers dwellings. I think that's the first two questions. The second question was the third question was why am I saying it's not like for like? The application at Buckland wasn't an agricultural workers dwelling. the policies for dwellings in the countryside are different to policies for dwellings where they are acceptable in principle because they're either in or adjacent to a settlement. And one of the exceptions for agricultural workers dwellings in the countryside is where they are necessary and justified for a rural worker, but they should be of a scale that's commensurate with the justification. So that's why I'm saying I don't believe it's comparing like for like, because the other one doesn't have to jump through that additional hoop because it wasn't a dwelling in the countryside. Have I missed the question, or was that?
No, can I? Sorry. So, in principle, are we saying that agricultural dwellings, according to these rules, have greater square meterage than residential domestic properties would? Is that a general rule of thumb?
With the dirt.
I would certainly acknowledge that yes, we would accept that an agricultural workers' dwelling needs to be more than the minimum nationally described space standards for things like offices, boot rooms, dirty rooms, however you describe it. So yes, we would accept. We certainly would not be saying that this needs to be only just under the nationally described, because we're saying it can be almost 50% more than that in any event, from 124 to 175. What we're suggesting is that what's in front of us is too large to be commensurate with the justification, and that's fundamentally what it boils down to.
Thank you.
Yeah, Coach, I'll let you have another go.
Yeah, thank you, Jim.
I was going to say something as well.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I just want to come back on what Pat said about, Mr. Weimer said about like for like, because actually, if you remember that application in West Buckland, the reason why it was allowed was because the neighbourhood plan had drawn up a development boundary around the village, and what they'd asked for within that was for houses that satisfied their housing need. And what they meant by that was they wanted small dwellings, detached or semi-detached dwellings or terrace cottages in order to provide both. What they got was an enormous house, bigger than this one here, 3 bedrooms that was just changed, was 4 bedrooms, and it was changed to 3 by turning one of the bedrooms into a study. And so I think I can understand, I can see there is a thing, but I do think we need to look at ourselves and say, are we going to approve that, which has certainly not satisfying local housing need, and in my view is outside of what the neighbourhood plan said, but has been interpreted to be within it. But we're not going to allow a young working farming family to have a house of a similar size, slightly smaller in fact. So I think there is a comparison to be drawn there, but I'd leave that up to members to make their own minds on that.
Okay, Councillor Baldry.
Chairman, again, from my ignorance, if this moves against officer recommendation and we go for approval, which one at the moment looks likely, and I'm certainly going to be voting for approval, there will be conditions attached. Can we know before we vote what those conditions are likely to be? And in particular, I'm looking at the highways section where there are a couple of suggested conditions in there. Would they be in there? For example, condition to ensure the garage was used only for purposes of incidental to the main dwelling, and that it also says storage of motor vehicles, etc. The last sentence would require that the garage was kept available for the storage of motor vehicles, etc. Would they be in there, and would there be any other conditions? I would like to know what they are before I vote, please, sir.
When we finish the debate, we will be looking for conditions. Don't worry about that, because I should be very firmly told off if we don't. I am going to say a bit. I mean, as chairman, you've got to be a little bit difficult. I fully understand why the applicants what they want, and I understand what our officers have said as well. It is a lot bigger than we allowed before, and that's where I'm torn. But I do understand, and we're thinking, if you think around the area that I know as a farming community, all the farmhouses that are there, the old farmhouses, are bigger than what we're talking about today. A lot of them got 6 bedrooms, because families used to be bigger then. Yes, I'll admit that. But also, the thing that worries me, and I don't want to stop anybody having any, is if we do this, and I know there is no such thing as setting the precedent, but we very often do, this is a lot bigger than we've allowed before. If somebody comes along and says, well, we allowed that, we've got to find very good reasons for doing what we're doing, if that's what we're going to do, and picked up where you're going. But as chairman, I've got to point out that fact that whilst I'm fully sympathetic with the applicants, the application and everything else, we just need to give it due thought, is what we're doing, why we're doing it, and the reasons why we're doing it. Okay? From that, we've got, Councillor Panel.
I just wanted to say I'm really torn on this. I remember the visit to the one near Kingsbridge, which I think was a similar size to this, and we turned that down. I think we do have to be very careful. But it does seem that our policy seems to be saying if you're posh and can afford a big house in a hamlet or a village, that's all right. But if you're a farming family who might have been here for generations, you can't have a house the same size. I don't quite understand the logic of that. I know it's got to be what's necessary for the job, but this is a farming family, so I really am torn. I'm inclined to vote, against what's being proposed, but I do think we have to think very carefully about our policies, and that's maybe something we should be looking at in future.
Councillor Panel, that was a bit that I was about to say as well about policies in the future. We need to have a revisit, but we can't at the present time. Okay, if we finish the debate, I need the proposer and seconder to come up with the reasons why they have proposed and seconded that we go against the officer's representation.
Chair, I think that Councillor Brazil has already done that. I think when he set forward proposing moving approval, I think he basically set out that the scale of the building is commensurate with the needs of the holding, and therefore is acceptable.
Well, if you're content with that's fine. And I mean, do we need any more than that?
I think the fact that there was a disagreement about the incongruity of the building in the landscape, I think members have come to a different conclusion in terms of planning judgment. So I think that dealt with the second reason that officers put forward for refusal.
The element that I had suggested was contrary to the second point of the reasons for refusal. I suggested that obviously it's a matter of planning balance, and my view would be that I would disagree with the officer's suggestion that the proposal would read as an incongruous addition in the landscape. So whether or not that's considered necessary to add, I'm happy to stand by it.
Okay, Mr. Weimer, we need to talk about conditions.
Yes, it's conditions, Chairman, members, are relatively straightforward because it's a reserved matters application. The majority of as I said before, the majority of the conditions would be on the outline. The only conditions that we, Brian will correct me if I'm wrong, we'd be suggesting is standard completion in accordance with the approved plans. I think that there needs to be a condition saying that the garage is only used for incidental purposes only, so it's not then used to living accommodation. And we would want, because they're being proposed, we'd want samples of the slate and stone to make sure we're happy with that. I don't believe there needs to be a condition saying that the garage is only used for parking, simply because there is the size of the site. You could easily, there's sufficient parking there without having to keep the garage free for parking. So I'm not concerned about that, other than the garage being used for incident purposes. I think they're the only three conditions that we will be. They're the only three conditions we would have been putting on as officers if we'd been happy with the scale of the building.
Do you want to do what we sometimes do, reserve for the chairman, vice chair, yourself, and the ward member to discuss afterwards, or not?
That's up to members. They are three relatively standard conditions. The completion in accordance with the approved plans is as it says. It would be simply a condition saying the garage hereby approved shall only be used for purposes incidental to the dwelling house and not for living accommodation. And the other one would be simply prior to the installation, prior to their use in the construction, samples of the slate and stone to be used shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. So that's. I don't think there's any other wording that would need to be discussed in that. Happy for members.
Coach Robert.
Thank you. I just wonder about the restriction there to incidental to the house, because isn't there a workspace at the back of the garage? And what if you want to bring a tractor in? I don't know how high the thing is, and you want to fix it in the garage. So I can see you're speaking against it being turned into accommodation, but incidental to the farm rather than incidental to the house, so that storage stroke workshop.
I had taken the view, perhaps wrongly, that looking at the scale of the proposed garage doors, it would be unlikely to get a tractor in there. I mean, if there was a small workshop, if there's a small workshop area at the back, and the person who's occupying the building was repairing some kit that's used on the farm, I would still say that's ancillary to the residential use of the occupier. I mean, if it got turned into a full-blown farm workshop and nothing else, then I would say that's probably moved it a little bit further. But I'd be very surprised if that was the intention, to have the farm workshop that close to the dwelling. Again, that's me making assumptions.
Okay. Right. I think we'll go to the vote. So this is following the proposal from Councillor Brazil and seconder from Councillor Brown. Yeah. This is that we go against the officer's recommendation and vote for approval. You can have a show of hands for all those who approve. Those against? Abstentions? Don't like abstaining, but that's where I am. All right, put that on. We'll move on to the next application, which is land at New Road to Rober Down. It's 009023 full. Graham, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Are we ready to go? You ready to go? Right. If you'd like to present it, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that's the planning application in front of you. The site is northwest of Bickley, and with Plymouth beyond. The proposal is to use a piece of an open field at the moment as a dog walking and exercising facility. There's a little bit of operational development associated with that. There's some hard standing fencing subdividing the field, and a shelter for customers to take shelter from the elements. So that's the site. The location plan, a little bit more zoomed out, that the applicants provide us with. It shows the location of some bus stops. It also shows an area outlined yellow there that's there's a proposal for an urban expansion. The site is accessed via a kind of country lane, you would describe it. There's a country style entrance at the moment. Here it is here. There's a bit of hard standing at the front, the shelter, and the fence along the southern boundary. So that's what proposed. These kind of operations are customers book in half-hourly sessions. The applicant anticipates around 10 trips a day with a 60% occupancy. Customers are encouraged to use nearby bus stops, cycle routes, and it's described by the applicant as being in easy walking distance. This is just some plans of the shelter. As you would expect, it's a fairly standard structure. Here's some plans of the fence. Needs to be robust enough to enclose the area sufficiently. We're recommending refusal of the planning application. We don't think there's an appropriate countryside requirement for a development of this type. We think there are potentially places closer to settlements that would be more appropriate for this type of facility. I'm using not an identified need because the neighbourhood plan, the Bickley Parish neighbourhood plan, doesn't mention anywhere dog walking facilities as being something that the local community need. Appreciate the fact that there has been some letters of support for that, but I think normally for recreational type uses, you would expect those to be brought forward through a neighbourhood plan process that identifies suitable locations for these. Are there any exceptional circumstances? We don't think there are. That's explained in the report. Will the operational development conserve and enhance the unspoiled rural character? There is limited development associated with this. I would accept that. The reason for refusal concerning that relates to a combination of the different types of development and the activity on the site in general at the moment, which is an open agricultural field that is unspoiled. So I think the second reason for refusal is just a combination of matters. Is the development sustainable? We would argue it's not. There has been a sustainable travel plan that's been submitted along with the application. However, we think customers are most likely to drive back and forward to the proposal. There is a suggestion of carbon offsetting, which is not something we think should be applicable in this kind of instance for a development of this type, which we think could conceivably be moved further towards the built environment where customers are more likely to walk to. So these are the reasons we're refusing it. We don't consider it accords with the development plan, and that's why our recommendation is the way it is.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members, have you any questions? No? Okay. So we'll move on to, we don't have an objector. So we'll move on to Johnny Hames, if you'd like to come up. Switch on your mic and you have 3 minutes.
Chairman and committee members, thank you for letting me speak. I am the applicant and a farmer on the outskirts of Plymouth. I set up a dog walking field in Plymstock on the eastern edge of Plymouth a few years ago, which has been well received and has been a success, and I'd like to set up another on the northern edge of Plymouth as per this application. A dog walking field enables people to walk their dogs in a secure environment in the countryside. It offers an enclosed, fenced area that can be booked for a customer's private use. They're used for dogs with bad recall, reactive dogs, training of puppies and rescue dogs, walking bitches on heat, and for dogs with a high prey drive that may well chase livestock, which is becoming an increasing problem on the moors and within the local area. Dog owners can rent the field by the hour through the website, during which time they have exclusive use of the facility. It will have strict rules for users to adhere to, which will include keeping the field clean. May I briefly touch on what I see as the main points? This is not building a house. This is not building an industrial unit or a commercial yard. This is fencing a field and putting some hard standing at its entrance for people that want to exercise their dogs in a quiet and safe rural environment. It is small scale and low impact and will not prejudice the agricultural use of the wider site. The fencing, shelter and parking area can be easily removed without any lasting adverse impact on the landscape. Environmental health have raised no concerns, as it will not result in any impact on neighbouring amenity by way of noise. The Highways Authority has no objection. Although the access is off a country lane, there is plenty of visibility and ample passing places. No other approved dog walking field in the South Hams is as close to so many people. It is a stone's throw away from over 260,000 people in Plymouth, with a bus stop at the top of the road, adjacent to a cycle route, and with the expansion of Woolwell on its doorstep. This field will be much closer for people who are currently going to fields further afield: Callington, Liskeard, Wembury and Plympton. My existing field at Plymstock and the letters of support for this application has shown that there is high demand for these fields, which provide a really important outdoor recreational space for dogs and their owners, particularly when public parks, open access areas and recreation grounds are restricting dog walking or just not suitable. So I kindly ask the committee to please support this application and see this field for what it is: a much needed, low impact development and something that will improve the mental and physical well-being of many local people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, do you have any questions to ask? Yeah, Councillor Baldry and then Councillor Hodgson.
Based on your previous experience and your plans here, how do you expect most of your customers to access the place? They're going to come by car? You mentioned using the bus. I don't think many people are going to come on a bicycle. So are most going to be coming by car?
I expect so, just because of the nature of, bringing reactive dogs or dogs that run away. I can't imagine people leading their dogs to the field or cycling them there, or even catching a bus there.
Hodgson.
Thank you. A bit of an odd question, perhaps, but one of your commitments on this is that you would ask people to take the foul waste away with them. I wonder whether or not you should actually provide some kind of system on site, because often people might take it away from when they leave you, but then fling it out the car window when they're driving along, and that is a very unfortunate part of life in the countryside. And I wonder if that might be an additional thing that you could consider.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we the one we run at the moment doesn't have a bin, and people tend to take it away occasionally. They don't. I do sort of weekly checks or more frequently, but there tends to be regular users who look after the field because they know they're going to be back there the next day or the next week.
Thank you.
But yeah, I will.
Anybody else? No? Okay, right, thank you very much. No Parish Council rep? No, okay. Right, to ward member, Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Firstly, I'd like to thank the planning officer for his very comprehensive report, and it is comprehensive. And I can well understand from the underlying principles that he discusses within the JLP, I can understand what leads him to the recommendation for refusal. But I think there are additional circumstances which would merit the committee's consideration. And I'd like to just run through a couple of them. Hasten to add, I'm not a dog owner. I do look after my daughter's dogs, and I have used dog walking fields. So I'm aware of their usage, and I've done quite a bit of chatting to people who are there when I arrive and who also come to take over from me. And I note that South Hams hasn't done any research on this, at least none is mentioned at all. There are a number of policies within the JLP which are mentioned. SBT 1, this talks about the planning authorities supporting growth and changes that deliver a more sustainable Southwest Devon. It says that the JLP will support the economy with opportunities for growth, and they're both encouraged and supported, where environmentally conscious business development can take place, and I'll come back to that. It also seeks to promote neighbourhoods and communities which have a mix of local services and community assets that meet the needs of local people. It does, of course, seek to promote sustainable and healthy travel options, and those have been discussed already. I mentioned I'd had discussions with local residents, and I have, and I can see that there is most definitely a demand for this type of service, contrary to what the planning officer says. There is nothing in the Bickley neighbourhood plan, because the Bickley neighbourhood plan is outdated, and there are no facilities within this within the area at all for this type of service. But people do use this type of service, and they currently go to other places, which Mr. Hames has already mentioned, the likes of Plymstock or Plymouth, Callington, Liskeard. They already make those journeys, and having something on the doorstep would actually introduce a great saving in petrol, environmental issues, diesel, whatever you want. So I think the existing users will save that travel in significant distances. The journeys are reduced or eliminated even. SPT2 talks about, amongst other things, having development that is well serviced by public transport. Public transport is 4 buses a day, excluding weekends. So the chances of people using public transport are negligible. Every 3 to 4 hours is the best you'll get. So unfortunately, Mr. Hames can't encourage his users, or could encourage them, can encourage them, but whether buses offer any additional resource to him is debatable. Residents do seem to agree, as far as I can tell, that there's a need to reduce reliance on car journeys in particular, but they also accept that dog walking fields should not be located within their own back gardens. So the ideal location for a dog walking field is not in your back garden, NIMBYism. It's actually away in the distance, away from population, where these dogs can be walked without any noise interference with any neighbours. Dev 15 talks about, the report says it's contrary to Dev 15. That says that they will generally support expansion of small businesses in rural areas, subject to an assessment that demonstrates no residual adverse impacts on neighbourhood areas or environment. Well, there aren't any. Yes, there are some issues with regard to up there, as you see, Little Down Lane, which is a relatively narrow 1.5 car width lane. But there are no negative impacts in particular. And Dev 20, which is also mentioned in the report, also talks about visual impact of a development. This is a shelter. You know, it's hardly it comes under the realms of style or distinctiveness. It's a shelter. And I just think perhaps a touch of realism is what might be called for here. There is a gravelled hard standing for the few cars that will use the site at any one time, but it is a shelter at the end of the day. And it won't necessarily be seen. There are hedges there at the moment. The hedges will grow. The shelter won't. Hedges will grow in height. The shelter won't grow in height. So that shelter, if indeed it would be visible initially, will not be so later on. And TTV 26 also talks about development in an isolated location. But can I remind members that there is a planning application on the stocks at the moment. It's been with South Hams for the best part of 3 years, and hopefully will come to this committee in September this year. And it's for 2,000 houses. And the boundary of those 2,000 houses comes within 100 odd yards of this field. So if you can accuse the applicant of anything, you can probably accuse him of actually getting in a bit before the event. He's kind of future-proofing his asset. But whilst I accept that development hasn't been approved, that land is designated as allocated as residential development land. Something will happen there. It may not be this application, but it will happen. So in reality, this northern boundary will end up within 100 yards or so of the application site. And I think the officer's report does dismiss this development entirely, whereas I would argue, as I've said, that the development will happen. So dog walkers are generally responsible people. I think that's true. they realise their responsibilities in the main. Some aren't, of course, but the reasons for dog owners seem to keep their dogs on leads. They're often asked, even on Dartmoor, to keep their dogs on leads. Some do, some don't. So we can't cater for everybody. The dog walkers who don't keep their dogs on leads don't seem to be bothered about control, but they do let their animals roam freely. And that's a concern and should be a concern for everyone up in that part of the world and elsewhere. And it was only a couple of days ago on the national news, they ran a story from the NFU on the harm being done to farm animals by uncontrolled dog attacks. And it would appear to be running at a rate of 50% higher than 2019 and at a cost of £1.8 million per annum. So we carry a responsibility, I feel, to our residents and to farmers to contribute and do all that we can to reduce these statistics. The applicants already alluded to reactive dogs, but forgetting the dogs for a second, if we can get people out to these dog fields who wouldn't necessarily actually go out anyway, wouldn't necessarily walk their dogs, but just the fact that they're walking around the field, they're getting out and about, the health of the individual dog owners also is improved. And lastly, page 11 of the JLP has a section headed Vision. And this says that Southwest Devon towns and thriving villages will be thriving rural communities where outcomes from the JLP include residents being empowered to create strong communities. Places are created for enterprise and business to grow and for service and facilities to be made available which meet the community needs. And I don't think that the JLP considers that adequately. So the Environmental Agency, they're okay, highways are okay, Forestry Commission are okay, AONB are okay, and I think the Climate Change Emergency Compliance Form that's included in your document pack says it all. This is a light touch development, very light touch in fact is what it said, and it will provide an important green space for the public. It talks about a carbon offsetting plan, which we don't seem to be able to deal with. But nonetheless, I think that final document sums it up. So all I would urge is that you think beyond the policies and think of the implications to both dogs and dog owners in this application. And I'll shut up now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spencer. Yeah, you may.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Spencer, you called this application into committee and you've spoken quite forcibly in favour of the application there, I think. It's clear where potentially your views are going. Is it still your view that you have not predetermined this application?
I had thought about that strongly, and I take your point. I'm keen. Leave the room.
It's not a question of leaving the room. I think it's whether you take any further part in the discussion. I think my own feeling from what I've heard you say is I think I'd find it very difficult to think that you are likely to vote against the application. If I can put it in those. I think from what I've heard, you sound as though you have nailed your colours to the mast.
I'm trying to put across an opinion. I'm trying to get the point of what I've just said, in my view, is that there is more to this than the policies within the JLP. That's what I'm trying to drive across. But I would ask the monitoring officer for guidance.
Chairman, I think we've heard Councillor Spencer speak very strongly as ward councillor. I'll defer to Councillor Brazil, who clearly.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, as local members, it's always tricky. I mean, for a start, you've asked it to come to committee, so you've obviously got concerns about officer recommendations. Yeah. So I think you'd probably be predisposed to going against officer recommendations. I mean, I would argue that Councillor Spencer sat here, he's listened to the comments from the planning officer, and they haven't changed his views, and he's still stuck with them. But I'm sure that when he walked into this meeting, he was absolutely with an open mind, although albeit predisposed to it, not predetermined. It was not over my dead body. It was, if I don't hear a very good reason why I shouldn't support this, then I'm going to still support it. So I appreciate that we may have different views here, Mr. Fairburn, but I would support Councillor Spencer's position as is, and to remain and take part in the debate and vote.
Can I respond?
May, yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I know. I have not predetermined, in my view. Predisposition, yeah, okay, I'd go with that. And thank you for pointing it out. I appreciate that. But again, I defer to the monitoring officer.
Chairman, it's the councillor's decision. Councillor thinks that he's got a clear and an open mind, then he may take part. The risk, of course, is that should the decision be challenged, and it is a risk, that it could be quashed on the basis of a member being predetermined. But it's not. I don't think it's my position to turn around and say, Councillor Spencer, you should not take part in this meeting, and to say you will not take part. That is your decision, your call. I've suggested that I've given you my view as to how you've come across. Entirely a matter for you as to whether or not you wish to take part. And Councillor Brazil rightly points out you can have a predisposition. What you can't have is a predetermination.
No,
You're asking me for a response.
it's entirely up to you. I know the difficulty you're in. I've got it the next application is causing me grief as well for the same reason. But we'll come to that in a minute.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
it's an ongoing problem for all of us, to be honest.
Okay, it is a problem. I called it in, as Julian quite rightly said, which must give some sort of indication of my predisposition. I don't want to cause waves, so I will choose to stay here and discuss it if that's okay with my colleagues. But perhaps in the circumstances I won't vote, and that would give my conscience clarity.
You can go with that. Councillor Baldry.
Can I ask the ward councillor, Chairman? Chairman, I'll ask the ward councillor a question, please. He says that residents are in favour of this facility, and yet the parish council object. And one of them is true, and one is perhaps not representative. But can I ask the ward councillor just for a view on what the parish councils say, which is the access lane is unsuitable for additional traffic, being a single track in a poor state of repair and subject to flooding on a regular basis. And you know the place much better than I do. What do you think of what the parish council is saying?
The parish council voted. I was at that meeting. I'm not a parish councillor. Parish council voted, and it was passed by one. They had a great deal of difficulty in coming up with any reasons at all, other than the fact that they didn't want additional cars within their own sphere. So, but that was their decision. There were no members of the public there. I went out and I did some research of my own to try and find out what public opinion was, and that's how I came up with the points that I've raised. Does that answer your question?
I would suggest if the parish council had a strong view one way or the other, they should be here, and they're not.
Chairman, there are parish councils and parish councils, and some are willing to attend DMC meetings, and some, including at least one in my ward, say I can't take the time off work and I want you, the ward councillor, to represent my views.
And I will point out something that somebody said to me many, many moons ago. We've all got the same amount of time, as how we make the best use of it. So I still stand by what I said. If the parish council has a strong view like that, they need to be represented here. and they're not.
I did remind the parish council of their opportunity to speak here. I sent them an email. I gather that they were sent an email by South Hams as well. They had every opportunity to attend if they chose to.
But we'll let's have some debate about this, shall we? I think the debate, we've gone round in circles so far. Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. I think this has a great opportunity for dog stories and stories about one's daughter and their particular dog. And I have certainly found such a facility very useful, very well fenced, an opportunity for a dog with difficulties to have this to have exercise off the lead, not available elsewhere. And like all such facilities, the more they're available, the less people will be driving to go and access them. Cars go down this road already. We're not going to stop cars going down this road. I am minded to vote for its allowance.
So are you?
Seconded.
Are you going? Are you? I know what you said, but you can't vote on something that has not yet been proposed. But are you proposing that we go against the officer's recommendation?
Yeah.
Right. Now we got that bit out. And Councillor Brown was seconded it?
Seconded.
Right. Okay. So therefore, I'm going to go Councillor Long and then Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chairman. First, there's a point of clarification I'd like from Mr. Weimer. Obviously, this is an agricultural field. Changing to this use, does it remove it from being an agricultural field in perpetuity? Could it revert back? Does it become a brownfield site? You know, this sort of change, this type of change of use.
If there's a change of use of land from agriculture to something else, and that is enacted, taken into account, that becomes the land use. However, planning permission is never required, to the best of my knowledge, to revert back to an agricultural use from another use. So if this use stopped, you wouldn't need further planning permission to revert to an agricultural use, because that's the default use. In any event, you very rarely, I can't think of many situations where you need permission to change the use of land to agricultural, because that's the default position in the first place. So no, it wouldn't need consent to revert.
Thank you. Chairman, I think we're likely to see more of this type of development. We've all seen the increase in dog ownership, and I have to sort of declare I'm a dog owner, have been right through my life. I'm fortunate I don't need to, I've never had to use this type of facility, but there are others with, puppies, dogs, difficult dogs, and we've heard the problems of lockdown dogs as well, but also responsible dog owners will use it to give themselves a level of training away from neighbours and things like that, and to achieve something. And I think it's also as much for the owners of dogs to have areas like this to be able to work with their dogs, train their dogs, and get to understand their dogs. So I think we are likely to see more of these, and I think we've got to accept that these are always going to be away from housing. They're not necessarily going to be near housing, simply because of the ability to, potentially have some noisy dogs running around. So I think we are likely to see this. I have every sympathy for people who turn around and say, well, the roads are, it's going to put more traffic on the roads. It may not be sustainable. The idea that people are going to take their puppies, dogs by bus is very unlikely. Most are going to drive, certainly not going to take them there by bike. So in effect, these are always going to be in unsustainable areas. The fact that it is a light touch, it's, additional fencing, which is almost like deer fencing, in effect, really, to it. It is light. It's not, I don't believe it's going to be something that's going to, be much of a problem in the area. I think we have, we're told in other cases, we've got the ability to have environmental health if there are issues with noise and things like that. to deal with it. And I'm sure the parish and the local district councillor will keep a watch on the place, that it's not used badly, that it doesn't develop into something other than what is proposed. And I'd say it's a very light, as I said, it's a very light touch. It's no more than you'd see, on the edges of some agricultural fields. So from that point of view, the fact that there is a facility, and these facilities are likely to be needed in the future and increasingly, and we are closer to, urban, suburban conurbations than some, I don't have a problem with this. Thank you, Chairman.
Long, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you very much. This is, I think, going to help all the way along. All the parishes and towns we got suffer from dog failing. And if this is what I hear from the applicant, well monitored, that will save a lot of that, obviously. And not forgetting the new town will be not too far away from this, so it will be walking distance, and nearly everybody seems to got a dog or two now, so there's more dogs around. So in this facility, I think, would be a great asset, because people can use it. The failing will decrease, and also the animal worrying that is happening on the moor and everywhere else at the moment could be ceased as well. So I think it's a good reason, really, to sort of back up or councillor from Bickley. Thank you.
Anybody else? No. Sorry, Councillor Hodgson, you did put your hand up.
I did. I think actually, just to push another element of this, which I think is in favour of this application, is the clear need for active travel, active getting out there, doing stuff. And while it may well be that not everybody turns up on a bicycle, I do know a lot of dog walkers who take their dog for a walk. On the starting point is in a basket on the bike, not necessarily the safest way of carrying on. But I do think it's something that we should recognise the more diversity of the use of the landscape, and it's not irreversible, as has been pointed out. I would suggest that this becomes a land use of public amenity, but it's not public; it's private. But and it seems to me that the person who's managing this has got experience elsewhere, so knows how to run it. And I think as long as we're just careful about the fact that, as I say, I mean, a piece of land that I own, we quite often get little black bags thrown over the gate. We don't offer this service at all. So I do think some people can be a bit casual, but the point was obviously made also, these are regular users, so they'll get into the rhythm of using it properly and making sure there's no waste left there. So I see no harm, only benefit really. So I'm prepared to support the proposal to approve against officer recommendation. I think it's just a bit of a lack of policy that we have, perhaps, actually.
Yeah, thank you for that. Any more? I think what you said at the very end as relevant, lack of policy. We have been through one of the biggest changes in all our lives in the last 3 years, pre-COVID. A lot more people have now got dogs than ever did. I mean, we never envisaged what we've been through, and that's changed a lot of things. So I know I get a little bit of sharp look from one or two people in this place when I say I've got difficulties with the joint local plan. When the joint local plan was done, it was fine, but we've moved on, and there's things that need adjusting. And this for me as a farmer, I think things like this are wonderful, because I've got a coastal footpath on our farm. You see some dogs are well trained and some dogs aren't. If you've got the opportunity to take a dog into an open space rather than just a park, and let them go and train them so that some of these dogs don't get out of hand, fine. The question I was going to ask: is it possible to show where the new proposed site of houses is going to be in relation to that?
It's the yellow bit.
Ah, right. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so yeah, all right. And that's all I'm going to say on it. I think we've got a proposer and a seconder for this. So we need some reasons.
I think, Mr. Fairbairn will agree. I think during the debate, the reasons have been quite clear that there's a need for it. It doesn't cause harm. don't consider the additional traffic is going to cause any issues. What we do need, however, is some thought around conditions.
Yeah.
My view is that realistically, probably the only two conditions are time limit, because the application has to commence within a certain time, and probably completion in accordance with the approved plans, because there's a plan there for the shelter.
Yep.
So you'd want that to be done in accordance with the plan. Unless members have got any other concerns, there's nothing that I can think of that would need to be conditioned, unless you want that the fence as detailed on the plan shall be installed prior to being brought into use. Although I would have thought the landowner would have done that to protect the rest of his land, to be honest, which is why I wasn't thinking of a condition. But if you wanted to ensure that the fence was installed prior to the use being taken, prior to the use commencing, then that's the only other thing I can think of.
So why wouldn't we? If he's presumably would be happy with that anyway, for the reasons you say. So why shouldn't it be a condition? It's exactly.
Without going down the rabbit hole of the reasons for, you can't just put conditions on because the applicant's happy with it, because they've still got to meet the tests. I think there is an argument to say this is a reasonable condition, because the whole point is being a fence secure area, and if you can start without putting that fence, how is it a fence secure area? So I'm comfortable with it, but not just because the applicant would be happy with it.
There I was thinking that we'd avoided Mr. Weimer's rabbit hole today, and there we are. So we know we have a proposer and seconder for approval of this application, which is against the officer's recommendation. Can I have a show of hands for approval, please? Eleven. Spencer, that you decided not to vote.
I said initially that I wouldn't vote.
That's okay. So that application is approved. Right, let's move on. Right, members, this next application is mine. I decided I will say a few words on it, but I won't vote on it. So I'm going to allow Councillor Rowe to chair it, and we'll leave it there, okay?
Okay. Okay, members, so we move on to the last application today, which is 4477/22/FUL, Alston Farm, Slapton, Kingsbridge, and I will ask the planning officer to present the application, please.
Graham again.
Which is Graham
Thank
again,
you.
I think.
Graham again, yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. This is a planning application looking for retrospective permission for the use of a previously residential annex to be used as a self-contained Airbnb holiday let. It is Alston Well is the name of the site. It's in Kingsbridge, and it's the nearest settlement would be Slapton, which is just shown in that map there. So it's within the countryside. There's an existing cluster of farm buildings. The application property is just in here. In 2015, there was a lawful use certificate granted. That established it as an ancillary outbuilding. It was then subsequently, for the last 2 years, it's been used as a Airbnb. That's a photo of the property there. There's no physical changes proposed as part of this planning application. You can see again the location plan there showing the access coming in. And an overhead plan of the floor plan. It's fairly simple arrangement with a single bedroom and a day room. we're recommending refusal of the planning application. There's a couple of reasons for refusal. We don't think the visitors of the accommodation will have reasonable access to a mixed-use centre, which we think is quite a fundamental part of the plan when it's read as a whole. So we think that customers are highly likely to drive to get there, first of all, and then once they have that car in close proximity to them, there is the temptation of using that car to then access whatever daily services you might need. Now, there has been a sustainable travel plan submitted in support of the application. We would note that the applicant is proposing some kind of methods to try and reduce people's reliance on cars, things like potential EV charging, availability of bicycles, information about walking in the vicinity, and a menu of home-cooked meals to persuade people not to use or to drive to places. So that's the first reason for refusal. We don't think it is a sustainable location. We think that customers will be heavily reliant on cars to get there and then access local services, for example, a short drive to the beach. There you go. So we think it's an unsustainable location. The second reason for refusal relates to the fact that there are no physical alterations proposed, such as solar panels. There is a kind of commitment that they would be agreeable to condition, but it's normal practice under the recent policies for the carbon saving measures to be integrated into a detailed design and for the benefits to be clearly demonstrated, which we don't think has been done in a satisfactory way. So I think the approach I've taken in this one is one that I think is consistent with colleagues. I think there's recent appeal decisions which back up approach and highlight the importance of reading the plan as a whole, and the weight that we need to really give to proposals that are not that near a settlement. So that's the approach we've taken. We do appreciate there's benefits with people visiting the countryside, but we just don't think there's sufficient justification for this at this location. And we don't think it could be, the sustainability could be conditioned either. So in terms of things like home cooked meals and availability of bicycles, I don't think realistically that's something that you can control via planning condition. There's every likelihood that somebody could take over the operation in the near future, and they could advertise it as being a short drive to the beach or any kind of local facilities. So I think from a land use perspective, I think we would have issues with this. We fully appreciate that the current operator and the applicant have tried to go some way to make it a bit more sustainable, but we just don't think it's supportable. So therefore we're recommending refusal of the application.
Thank you. Members, do you have any questions for the Councillor Hodgson?
I'm not sure if it's a question for the case officer, but it's certainly a question. Is this somewhere that we visited before? We have been there, haven't we?
If you look on front map, you see that bend,
okay.
that bend in the road.
Thank you.
That corner of that field is what we dealt with those two tents.
Lovely. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? No, thank you. So then we'll move on to the objector, which we have none. So the supporter is Katie Hampton, please. Thank you. Thank you. If you'd like to come and take your seat there, and when you get the microphone switched on, and you've got 3 minutes from when you start. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Katie Panton and I'm the applicant. My husband and I live at Alston Well in the hamlet of Alston. You will be familiar with the location as the committee recently approved the site in very close proximity for a new development to Shepherd's Huts for holiday accommodation. Our property has 2 bedrooms in the main house and a one-bed self-contained annex for use by family and friends. Since 2019, we have also let the annex as Airbnb accommodation called Little Well. We have the full support of our neighbours in doing so. Our proposal makes use of an existing residential building, and we're focused on being as sustainable and environmentally friendly as possible. Guests are attracted to our property to be immersed in the countryside of the South Hams. The majority of dog owners keen on walking in the local countryside, and we also have a field where guests exercise their dogs. Our planning application includes strong positive feedback, over 80 reviews from guests who have stayed over the past 3 years. Little Well has been described as incredibly quiet. We spend a lot of time listening to the sounds of the countryside. Coming from a busy town, this was pure heaven. Lovely walks straight from the door. If you're looking for peace and tranquility, this is the place for you. This is without doubt one of the best Airbnbs we've ever stayed at. Really peaceful. You wake up to the birds singing, go to sleep with bright stars in the sky, and love that the owners focus on sustainability and eco-friendliness. The local need for the type of accommodation we offer is evidenced by demand for bookings, guest feedback, and recent planning approvals. We believe there's no material increase in use of private car resulting from Airbnb guests. Guests routinely use public footpaths, including a lovely walk via footpaths to Slapton Village, where there's a shop and 2 pubs. I provide a menu of home-cooked meals for guests to order. This service is very well used and also reduces the number of car trips made by visitors. We have bicycles for guest use, and we're happy also to install an electric vehicle charging point to serve the annex. We let the annex for 194 nights in 2022. It is a modest enterprise and has created vital income from improvements at the property, including restoration of a large wildlife pond, planting native trees to create a new hedgerow, and the installation of a green roof. Subject to continued income, we're planning to undertake further projects to mitigate climate change and enhance biodiversity, including installation of PV panels, for which we have completed the first stage, establishing a flower meadow in the 1.5-acre paddock, and introducing beehives. We are very happy for a planning condition or legal obligation to be attached to the carbon saving and biodiversity enhancement detailed in our application. Our proposal is for a continuation of a small-scale, sustainable rural business that benefits tourism in an area that guests really appreciate and want to visit. We are outside the area of outstanding natural beauty, and we're outside of the undeveloped coast. We very much hope you can support our planning application. Thank you for listening. And the next slide, and the final slide.
Thank you. Dead on time. Well done. Thank you. Members, do you have any questions for the applicant, please? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could you just turn the microphone off, please? Thank you. So then we move on to the ward member, Councillor Foss.
Yeah, members, and here we are again, and the old difficulty of members brought something and then is he predisposed, is he predetermined, and all the rest of it. So I'm not going to say a great deal other than we have looked at not the same but similar applications to this in the open countryside. There is also, quite obvious, a real big push from people that live in towns and cities. They don't want, as our officer was suggesting, you've got to have a centre point to have your service for food and all the rest of it. You've heard the applicant say that that's provided. But they want to come to the countryside, to the open countryside, and enjoy the open countryside. They don't want to be in hotels. They don't want to be in streets. They live in them all the time anyway. So that's only about all I'm going to say, and let you make your own minds up what you want to do. But I thought it was worth putting it in front of you because there is a need for this type of place. Whether this fits the bill or not, I'll let you all decide and vote on. I won't vote on it. I'll do the same as Councillor Spencer did on the last one, and let you discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foss. Any questions for Councillor Foss at all? If not, members, we'll move into the debate. Who would like to start? Councillor Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. Look, we had an application very close to that for some shepherd's huts. That's it, pods, and we supported it. And and I bet the officers are sitting there thinking, well, I told you so, because now you're going to get loads of applications in like this. And in a way, there is an element to that. I have to say that I'm very persuaded by this application before us. I think that the speaker was made clear that it's absolutely top quality in the kind of facility that we want to be providing here in South Hams. My one issue with it, and as the officer said, is that if it was to change hands, are we sure that it would still continue in the same vein? And I wonder if we were minded to approve it, if there are conditions, because I'm assuming that at the moment it's ancillary to the main house. Because what I don't want to happen is for this to be passed and then for it to change hands, and the next thing we have another house there instead of this. And I don't know if there's anything that we could do to condition that to keep it. I'm not saying that that's a deal breaker for me, but I just think that if we can put in some kind of ancillary condition to it, then that would very much in my favour. But I'll wait to hear what the officers just have to say about that. But I have to say, I do feel minded to support this application in against officer recommendation. I'll just wait to hear what the officers come back on that.
Thank you. Mr. Weimer,
Yeah,
to answer the question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The description of the development is to effectively create a self-contained holiday-let accommodation. So what is being asked for approval is a C3 dwelling house, albeit if it was approved, I would very strongly recommend that a condition is put on saying it's only used for holiday purposes only and not used as a permanent dwelling. Because if that condition isn't there, then yes, it could be used as a house because it's in the same use class as a house, but you can restrict it to holiday accommodation.
Thank you for that. Do you wish to carry on?
Do I take it from that in fact what we're doing is we are allowing it to become two separate properties, and there is no way that we can say it's still ancillary to the main dwelling?
I don't think you can say it's ancillary to the main dwelling because it is being occupied separately by unrelated people. It's being occupied by tourists, so it's being used as a separate unit. It's no longer legally. It's no longer being used ancillary to the main house. It's only really still being used ancillary if it's kind of used as part of the house with members of the same family. And what's being asked for is a self-contained holiday unit. A self-contained holiday unit is a C3 dwelling house, albeit restricted to holiday use.
Okay. So we could restrict it to holiday use, and that would give us some protection.
It will give you some protection, and I'm not for 1 minute suggesting this is the case, but restricting to holiday use doesn't necessarily mean it's constantly let as short-term lets, because there are certain holiday units that can effectively be bought by one person who then uses it 2-3 times a year, and that's it. And that would still comply with being holiday if they had a primary residence elsewhere.
No, I understand that, but I mean, in a way, that would, if they did that, that would cover most of the reasons why we'd objecting to it. As it happens, so it's
it would give it.
So okay, look, I've heard that, and I've heard that we can't make it one complete dwelling. So I'd still I would still propose that we go off against officer recommendation, and I would propose approval of this application, because in all senses it's being used as that in a way, with family and friends coming down and using it anyway, and it's only the occasional use as an Airbnb. So I'm happy to propose approval for this application.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that at the moment? Thank you. Councillor Baldry seconded. Sorry.
Chairman, thank you. Just this is an idea. It's the possibility. I'm just picking up on what Councillor Brazil was point making. I wondered whether or not there's a possibility that the committee might be minded to agree, if they are minded to agree to approve, whether it's approval subject to a Section 106 agreement, which says that this property, the one that's being approved, shall not be sold off separately from the adjoining or the parent house. I mean, you can't say it won't be sold or let separately because obviously it's being let out on as holiday accommodation. But if you can restrict the sale of the freehold, then you keep the two properties together. It's a thought.
If we can do that, I would absolutely support that 100% because I think that solves the problem that I was having a bit with. But that overcomes it completely and makes me support it even more, if that's possible. That's what it is, yeah.
Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. I just wanted to support what Councillor Brazil has said and say that I'm happy to support his recommendation or his proposal for approval against the recommendation. I know we've done this 3 in a row now, but I do think there's, when you look at the clear need for a holiday accommodation, particularly of this perhaps more discreet type in the area, it sits well. I mean, it doesn't actually really affect the overall landscape having this kind of use. It's like one extra car popping up and down. It could just as easily be a close member of the family or a visitor or a care worker, sort of who would be making that same kind of number of journeys. So it's not like suddenly a massive camping site or a big caravan park, which has a much profound impact on the countryside and the usage, an impact on other residents, whereas this I think is discreet and I think it's acceptable, and I think it's supporting our tourist industry, which we've got staycation is coming on pretty full whack, and I think we need to make sure we've got accommodation for people, and it is supporting the wider hospitality venues as well. So I think it's plus. So absolutely support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reeve.
It's sort of been answered really, so I'm glad that it will be tied to the house and that it won't have the opportunity to ever become separate. So it's been answered, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spencer.
Yeah, it was just to try and understand it better in my own head. If the land registry titles were split and it became 2 separate properties, would the condition that we're talking about regarding use as a holiday let go with the separate entry?
Perhaps our solicitor, Mr. Fairbairn, could you answer that one or not? Right, Mr. Wyman.
The planning permission runs with the land, so no matter how many times it was sold or transferred to land registry or made to a separate property, the planning restrictions on that property would remain. So so even if it was transferred on land registry to a separate title and a separate ownership, although we're suggesting 106 would stop that, but even if it was, that holiday occupancy would still be, that condition would still bite on that particular permission.
Thank you. Do any other members wish to contribute to the debate? We've had it proposed and seconded against the officer's recommendation for approval. Their recommendation was for refusal. Mr. Weimer, do we need conditions, etc.?
I believe we do, Chair.
Yes.
So at the moment, I believe, subject to Councillor Brazil nodding his head, that it's a recommendation for delegated approval subject to a 106 that sets out that the proposal cannot be sold off separately to the main dwelling, for want of a better phrase. I would suggest that there needs to be 2 conditions. It doesn't need a time limit condition because it's already there. It started. It does need a holiday occupancy condition, I would suggest, and the only other condition I would suggest is removal of permitted dwelling rights, because it does have it is technically a standalone dwelling, and I think that would need to be, we'd need to remove the PD rights so it can't effectively double in size without planning permission.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Brazil?
Happy with those conditions, yes, thank you.
Fine. So all those who are in favour of the recommendation, which is against the officer's recommendation, and we're voting for approval, all those please show in favour of approval. Okay. Against approval? Abstentions?
No, I'm not voting at all. Well, I put me
Okay.
down to I don't know what you put me down as. Yeah.
Thank you. So that application has been approved against the officer recommendations. So members, I thank you all for your attendance. I don't think we've got any further business today. This is
Chairman,
the last.
could I suggest, just before Richard bangs the gavel, as this is the last meeting of this council, thanks Richard for his chairmanship over the last 12 months and Julian's for the 3 years before that, as this is the last one of this term.
Thank you. And could I also say that there is tea and cake in the Carey room at the close of the meeting. So
I was going to add a little bit to that. Just thanks to everybody, because I think whatever creed, colour we come from as far as politics is concerned, it never comes in through those doors, and we do the best we can for the community. And I thank everybody for that, because that's important. Okay.
also, I think we should thank our officers and thank Amelia, who has been our secretariat for the last year or so. Thank you, Amelia, and thanks to Mr. Weimer and Mr. Fairbank and all those who lead us in the right direction, hopefully, and to Steve down there who keeps our machines running. Thank
Do you know what? He's probably the most important person in this room.
Definitely so.